everyone, and welcome back to the stream. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Not me playing Spotify without actually getting stream music. Anyway, welcome in everyone. How are you guys? I hope you're doing well. Welcome in Bex. If you guys don't know, Bex is one of my IRLs, the friend that I have had the longest. Welcome in Bex. I hope you're doing well. I hope you and the gang are having a wonderful weekend. Also, welcome in Overlord. Welcome in Kel. Welcome in J-Chain. Congratulations on redeeming first. Flashcode Gaming, welcome in. Also, Hannah. Hannah, how are you? Hannah, I know I told you last night I could be convinced to play Marvel Rivals, but I do have to make a lot of bracelets first. How are things? Things are going very well. Thank you for asking. So today we're doing something a little bit different. Also, welcome in Brennan. Hi, how are you? We are going to be making Kandi bracelets. These things, the little bracelets made out of perler beads that people have been making for like the Taylor Swift concerts or raves or anything. I don't know, they're fun. And it's like a fun thing to like make and give away, because it's almost, I don't know about you guys, but sometimes talking to strangers at the stranger talking to events is hard. But it's really fun to hand out the bracelets. I made them for the last convention I went to, and it was such a good time. So we're doing that again. For those who don't know, I'm going to an anime convention at the end of the month, and one thing that me and Emerald, one of my friends that I'm going with, wanted to do was we wanted to make bracelets to hand out at our panels. So I'm making like bracelets. Can you guys read that? I'm making bracelets for our panels. We have one panel that's about like the BL genre, or the boys love genre. There's a lot of people on the convention app that has said they were going to that one, so I have a lot of bracelets to make. It is not Anime Boston, that's kind of far away from me. It's MomoCon in Atlanta. I'm fine telling you guys where it's at because I go every year, and I'm probably, when it comes to anime conventions, the easiest person to stalk. So love that. You've been playing so much Rivals. I love that for you. I have been playing a lot lately as well, although today I did play League of Legends with my brother for the first time in months. We played ranked. It was horrible, but we got hard carried by some people on our team, so that was fun. Anyway, I've never been to Anime Boston, Cal. I've only been to anime conventions in the state of Georgia, although if the world doesn't explode by November, that's gonna change. But I won't say too much about that. Also partially because it low-key doxes one of my friends, and I will not say who, unless she wants to announce herself. Anyway, we have a slightly different setup today. I'm gonna go ahead and apologize if it's scuffed. Javik, you're so right, Hannah. I think it's so funny. So my brother watched Arcane before I did, and he did not really get the whole Javik train. So when I watched Arcade and I was like, Javik, he's like, I don't understand. Jace is literally not gay. And it's like, well, you're kind of right. He is bisexual. Or pan. I don't know. One of the two. But I thought it was funny because I was telling him, Hannah, about you changing your Marvel Rivals name. And I was like, yeah, she changed it to Javik. And he goes, Javik. And I was like, yeah, it was a great time. The enemy team was talking about Arcane the whole time. And it was so fun. Probably gonna be playing some more Dragon Age Origins tonight. Ooh, nice, nice. I really want to play Origins again, but I feel like I should finish playing through all the Dragon Ages before I start replaying them. I just really, really liked Origins. I think I'm also really enjoying Dragon Age 2. I don't know which one is my favorite. I think a lot of what I like about Dragon Age 2 is also just like, wow, look at all these technological advancements made in the game. That's so fun. I think it's a lot of that. It's hard for me to tell right now. Reading some Discworld right now. Oh, that's sick. It was great. It was so fun. It was so fun, Hannah. It kind of reminded me of that one time I was playing Victor on League of Legends, and I was mid lane against an Echo, and I was absolutely losing. Echo was kicking my ass, and I put in the chat, I was like, this is just like the end of season 2 of Arcane, and the Echo thought that was so funny. I love when people are friendly on games like League of Legends where they're not normally friendly. Or at least they're not known for being friendly. Anyway, I have figured out how to do a second webcam on OBS so that you guys can actually see the bracelets I'm making, because I realized today I'm not going to be making bracelets with my hands like this, so I needed another camera. And I didn't want to point this one down at my desk, because it just didn't seem like it was going to be ideal. So what I've done is I've taken my laptop and I've opened like the photo booth, and then I plugged it into my capture card that I usually use for my Switch, because I got a fancy new adapter so that I can use my laptop at conventions to present panels. Gotta pop out. Thanks for dropping by and saying hello, Bex. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening and a great weekend. I'm gonna see her in like 2 weeks. Anyway, we have a hand cam now. It's kind of funny because there's a slight delay between when I move in real life and when it like pops up on my desktop. I've never noticed when playing Animal Crossing that there was a delay, but it's a lot more noticeable when it is my own movements, and I thought that was so funny. Anyway, just to show you guys the vibes of what I'm going for bracelets is, I have like random nice color ones. Can you guys see those? Let me use my other hand to present. Like just nice ones that are pretty colors. Blues do not show up that well on this camera. Just nice little generic ones. And then I have more like themed ones. Like this is for the green Yuri manga. The guy she was into wasn't a guy at all. That's what this one is. The color difference is so funny. Love that. So we're kind of doing whatever. I have letters. I'm out of a lot of my letters, unless they're like the little tiny square ones. So we're gonna mostly use those, I think. This is our vibe. I tend to go for like 30 beads, is what I have been told is the like baseline. I also have fun clay beads. Stuff like, okay, let me not drop them. It's like the little mushrooms. Love them. I have my beads very, very like spread out in how they're organized. So bear with me. You guys can literally see. You see what I'm working with. We're mostly making bracelets for the Yaoi panel tonight because I feel like we need a lot for that. So actually, let me see what I can work with my bigger letters because I need to use them. I want to use my bigger letters. I like to use my little seashell. I don't remember where I got this one. I don't think this was one that I found because I have 2 others exactly like it. It's giving store-bought. It actually may not have even been originally mine. But I like to use it to hold my beads. I think it'd be fun. I know I'm mostly making singles, but I think it would be fun to make some cuffs to give away just because those are kind of silly. I'm just gonna pour all of this out. I don't use these beads these letters hardly ever. Okay. Oh, can I get a JVIC? I don't need JVIC. Right. Actually, if you guys ever play video games with me when I'm not streaming just on a random day and you hear random ass noises, it is because I'm making bracelets. I love to make these things. Most of the ones that I've already made, I have made while playing Marvel Rivals. So if you ever play against me in Marvel Rivals, just know there's like a 50% chance that I was making something while we were playing. Okay. I'm looking for beads to spell Yowie. And I don't want them all to be the exact same color because I don't have all the letters in one color with these color beads. Which is like the one gross thing about it, but it's still fun. It's still fun. Okay. I just put all of my A's over there. I know I have like 0 O's for most of these. So this actually may not work. This may not work. Okay. What does this look like for you? This is such a blurred mess. Okay. We might come back to that later. You need JVIC? I do have a JVIC bracelet I've made for myself already. It is in my box full of bracelets. It's across my room right now. So you guys just have to trust me. But I do keep seeing letters to make JVIC. What's so funny with most of my bags of letters, I can spell most of what I'm looking for, and then I have to like swap up because I don't have enough to spell all of it. Like I'm usually missing one letter. Is this an I? No, that's a J. Do I have any I's in these? I will say, making candy, like half of the time sync is just like looking for the specific letters you need if you're doing words. But it's so fun, and sometimes I say silly things. Should I make one that says the Rizzler? I'll think about it. I made a lot of like jokey ones for the last one, but then like some of them were very like vulgar jokey, and I just gave them to my friends because I was like, I don't actually feel comfortable giving this one to a stranger. And none of them have like picked them out. None of the strangers have picked these, so my friends got free reign of like the really crazy ones. Although, guys, can I do something cursed? I saw this on TikTok the other day. Let me swap gears. I saw this on the other day. I literally mean last night. It was it was a tutorial for how to make a candy penis. Do I need more? I need a small light colored bead to start off with. This is my random beads that I have had my entire life, basically. That's what I use to make shakers. If I give you something that like makes a noise, it has a bunch of these random beads in it. Can I fit my yarn through that? This is so gross. Okay. Welcome in, Zenith. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Also, welcome in, Dusty. How are ya? Okay, guys. We're gonna do something really cursed, but I think at least one person will find it funny at the... At least one person will find it funny. Ooh, actually, I don't think I can use this string with this bead. You got hit by an airplane? Welcome in, Bread. What do you mean you got hit by an airplane? What do you mean? Can I not find a smaller white bead? I feel like I absolutely can. Oh, I think I found one. I found one. And I can get it in here. Okay. Hannah's gonna say I'm going to jail. Your amethyst? What's so cursed? Brennan, we're gonna make a penis candy. Where are all my red beads? They have to be red, because I have white, red, and black hearts is all I have. Oh, of Steven Universe! Of Steven Universe. It's been so long since I've watched Steven Universe. I would love to watch it again. Okay. It's not perfect, but do you guys... Actually, let me get some light on it. Do you guys see the vision? Do you see the vision? A what, Kandi? I think you heard me. I think you heard me just fine. You're rewatching it? I love that for you. I know there have been talks multiple times of my friend group watching Steven Universe. We keep threatening. We keep threatening to watch it. Hopefully we'll actually watch it soon. We heard you just fine, and yes, I see the vision. Slay, I love that. I don't know what I'm doing with this. I might try to put it on a bracelet. I might make it a charm. This is what I love about Kandi. You can just kind of make shit up and do whatever. You're doing more prep on that drawing backgrounds presentation you're giving next week? Oh, nice, nice. I hope the presentation goes well. It's a little curved, but a friend of mine in high school said that they do that sometimes. I've not done the research to figure out if that's accurate, but I really don't care. Also, thank you, Overlord, for the hydrate. Made coffee with sweet cream, and it's too sweet. There's no such thing as too sweet. I guess I did grab a full-ass white bead earlier. Okay. I feel like I have too many beads, but I also never have enough of the color I'm looking for at any given time. What do you mean by that? Listen, I'm making myself feel better about how scuffed this looks. It's not gonna sit straight because of the way the beads are shaped, I think. There we go. We got a little straighter. They do indeed curve sometimes. Yeah, I had a friend in high school. I use the term friend loosely. I don't think we were actually friends. We just knew each other and had a lot of mutual friends. And we probably had the precursor of a situationship. Probably. So, I don't really know. But he really overshared a lot. And in hindsight, it was really weird and uncomfortable, but that's fine. Not the erectile dysfunction. I think it's so funny. I've started getting ads on Twitch for that, and it's like, what have I done to make you think I'm in the demographic that could use this? What has my browser history done that makes you think I need this? Okay. I have enough red hearts to make more. Guys, I need your opinion. Or actually, wait a minute. I may not need an opinion. It has just occurred to me that not every piece of candy has to be a dead-ass bracelet. Some of them can be charms. I don't think I have keychain rings. Never mind. They all have to be bracelets. Ignore me. Okay, I don't know where that bag came from. I used to have all... Oh, I remember. That's my letters. You guys are witnessing zero brain cells. You never know. I mean, I guess that's fair. I just thought it was really funny because I hadn't seen one, and then one of my friends was like, huh? Why is Twitch giving me an ad for this? And I was like, that's crazy. I didn't know they did that. And then the very next day I saw one. I was like, oh, okay. I feel proud of myself because sometimes I get ads for hers medication and sometimes I get ads for him's meds. I've successfully been non-binary enough to confuse Google. I love that for you. I really do. I feel like I have a lot of my interest. I don't know. Gendering interest is so stupid because people don't actually work like that, but people try to do it anyway still. I feel like my interests are all over the gender spectrum, but they're also all over the age spectrum because sometimes I'll get ads for like children's toys, like especially when I started going through a Minecraft phase, and it was like, oh yeah, you're obviously like a 10-year-old kid that wants Nerf guns, and you're like, you know what? Sure. Absolutely. know if this is gonna work. One time I got an ad for a website. Yeah, no, the link did not work. I have it set to where like only me and mods can send links in chat, just because I started streaming at a time when everybody and their grandma was trying to stream, and there was a lot of fear of people like coming around to small streamers and being weirdos. Yeah, no, you're good, Dusty. I don't even know what you were trying to say. But no, you are so good. Okay. What kind of colors do I want to do for the dick bracelet? Like, we've got, it's red and a little bit of like peachy orange. What's the vibe? What colors do we associate with this? This is so cursed. Oh, actually, I can use some of my like iridescent beads with this. Oh, I could maybe even use some of the gold ring beads. I feel like the gold ring beads, I bought some beads for my Hermes cosplay to do a custom trim. And now I have a ton of these little tiny like golden rings. You can like barely see that. There can be a lot of weirdos on Twitch, definitely. I mean, there are a lot of weirdos just in general. And I also recognize I fall into a couple demographics that attract more weirdos, just, you know, for bigotry reasons and harassment because they think it's fun or makes them feel better or whatever. I actually don't know, but I know there was like a lot of TikToks about how to keep yourself safe, and not letting people send links was one of them. And I was like, you know what? That's a good idea, because what if we get a scammer? What if a scammer comes in? Which, welcome in, how are you? I hope you're doing well. The weirdo rabbit hole, truly. Sometimes weirdo rabbit holes are really interesting though. Like, does anybody know about the Final Fantasy house? You're friends with the kind of weirdo? Okay, I should clarify, when I say weirdo, I mean people with malicious intent who intend to harass or are not people you should actually like trust. I mean like criminal behavior when I say weirdo. I don't mean like silly goofy gooner vibes. You do? Yeah. So that kind of weirdo rabbit hole is so interesting to learn about, but I also might think that because I was in a similar type of group. I don't think it got as bad as the Final Fantasy house, but it was rough. Not me personally, because I lived with my parents. But it was crazy. You didn't murder anyone? Did somebody die? Wait, was there a Final Fantasy house update? Oh no, Chris, I should have finished reading that. Chris Chan and a lot of those wild stories. Chris Chan is so wild. I, quite frankly, didn't want to sink the time into this, but one of my friends, while they were at work, they would watch like this Chris Chan documentary that was 60 fucking parts, and they were like, it's so wild how the internet like treated this person, and Chris Chan's not the only one like that. I think she's just the most infamous, and also did just like go to jail recently. I say recently, that was like a couple years ago at this point, wasn't it? Time is just a little crazy like that. What if we... I'm gonna do some clear little like... Hang on. Can you see that? These little clear beads? I'm gonna do a couple of those as well. Final Fantasy House did indeed murder someone. I don't remember that, or that was not in the video essay that I watched. I feel like I would have remembered that. That was definitely not in the video essay that I watched then. Yeah, no, I do not know a single person who has committed murder. I will say that right there, as far as I'm aware. I do not know a single person who's done such a thing. And I would like to keep it that way, honestly. This is so silly. This is so silly. I hope somebody out there likes this. As far as you are aware, exactly. I realized there are people that I know that I don't know well enough where they would let me know if that sort of thing was something they had done, but also keep it to yourself. I don't want to know. Oh, I have different types of hearts. They're smaller though, so they may not work as well. I saw this on TikTok and I really wanted to make one. And now I'm turning it into a bracelet. I feel like these little like kind of transparent yellow beads might be interesting. I don't really know how I feel about this. Let me get my arm out of the fucking way. We're just throwing beads on there and whatever happens, happens. Mel said don't make me an accessory. No, truly, keep that to yourself, please. I'm not friends with murderers either. I think most people can say that. There's also recently a cult based off of Harry Potter fanfic that recently got arrested for multiple murders. That's wild. Where did you learn about that? Was that in a Strange Eons video, or is this like something you found the news of organically? I would love to know where you saw that so that I can learn about it, because what the oh, sorry, I'm bumping my laptop. That's wild. They recently made the news. I'm gonna have to look into that, or hope that Strange Eons makes a video about it, because that's really up her alley. Does anyone else here watch Strange Eons? I haven't in a while, but she does a lot of videos about 2000s fandom culture and Tumblr. And those are two things that I love and find fascinating. I used to have a classmate with someone that became a murderer. We were classmates in middle school. That is so wild. We love Strange Eons in this house. I don't watch her super often, but I have a great time every time I tune in. Okay. I don't think I'm actually doing a pattern here. I'm just kind of putting on beads, doing whatever feels right. Okay. Let us... Actually, I think we'll do some more gold rings. Strange Eons made a video where she reads the fic of that the cult is based off of. Oh my gosh, that's wild. Okay, I've heard of a few different fandom cults. I think you guys, I talk about it kind of all the time. I was in one for Black Butler. There was like a Kinney cult where people believed they were the reincarnations of these fictional characters. As far as I'm aware, nobody died in relation to that one. The person who ran it was just a groomer and did commit crimes, but none of the deadly kind of crimes. But I did hear there was like a JoJo's one. I'm not involved in this one, and I don't really know anyone who was, but I've heard that there was a JoJo's one where like somebody kidnapped someone, which is wild. The Harry Potter ones though are just, it's so interesting what the human mind is capable of like making themselves believe. And a lot of the Harry Potter fandom stuff I've heard is very, very wild. Fucking giving away gold rings. Look, I have two whole chunks of them. I mean, it is the smaller ones, but two whole chunks of these tiny ass beads. I need help. I need reasons to use them. I learned about the cult because of Behind the Basters podcast, because the cult made the news, and when they had a shootout with ICE. Wow. like, I understand the reasons cults work the way that they do is because they prey on people who are vulnerable, and they work on, like, manipulation and building a false reality. So who knows what those people thought they were actually doing. It's still absolutely wild how far some of these fandom cults go. Like, we're not even doing it for, like, well, I guess, I don't know, I can't speak for all of them, but from what I gathered from the Final Fantasy House video I watched and my own experiences, they kind of borderline on spiritual for some people. I don't know, it's really weird how easily humans are kind of just, like, manipulated, especially when they're at their lowest. Like, the human brain is truly insane. I had a classmate that was kidnapped by a serial killer. She had a Lifetime movie made about her. Oh, jeez! I'm assuming based on the wording that she's okay now? You said kidnapped, not killed? That's terrifying, though. I'm sorry she had to go through that. I was watching Diamond is Unbreakable, and the paper scene still makes me piss myself laughing. No, that was so good. That was so good. JoJo's is really funny. I do love the humor in JoJo's. I think I'm gonna stay in the, like, warm color beads. Like, we have a vibe here. I think we've solidified a vibe here. Okay, I will say part of why this screen looks like it does is because it is very zoomed in and cropped on my desktop in OBS. This is the camera quality I used to stream with. Is wild. The cult is making the news as trans vegan cult because a high % of the cult members are trans, but they, like, think AI is gonna take over the world. What does that have to do with Harry Potter? I understand a lot of Harry Potter fans found solace with being trans and all that. What does AI have to do with Harry Potter? Is it just something that, like, started with Harry Potter and just, like, went beyond? That's wild. They got their philosophy from this Harry Potter fanfic that promotes rationalism, but the person who wrote the fanfic isn't involved with the cult. I bet that person is sitting there like, wow, how have I created this? I would not know what to do with myself if a fic I wrote created that kind of community. It's a camera quality indeed. Yeah, no, this is my 5-year-old MacBook, truly. I think the thing that kills me is, I know it's a difference in lighting, but the color is wild. Like, the difference in color, crazy work. Like, look at that. You can actually see the colors here. She escaped. She used to come to the shop at the grocery store I work at. I'm glad she got out of that. I hope she's doing better. I hope she's doing good these days. I feel like we need some white beads on here. So Strange Eon read the Rationism Harry Potter fic, and because it is still the most widely read fic for Harry Potter. Oh, wow. I don't know anything about the Harry Potter fandom. I just watched the movies as a kid and read the books in middle school. I never actually, we're not gonna do white. We're gonna do this, like, creamy off-white color. I don't know if you can see them well. I also didn't really do fandom during a period of my life when I read Harry Potter. I don't think I really started participating in fandom until I was, like, 16. Because I made a Tumblr for, like, Dan and Phil fandom. Which, you know, sometimes, especially now when I'm watching, like, new Dan and Phil videos, I just look at that and I'm like, wow, You can really tell I watched these guys a lot during my formative years. Like, it's so clear. It's so clear that I've watched these guys for like 12 years now. But that was kind of like my first fandom, was for some fuck-ass random British YouTubers. My Immortal is my favorite Harry Potter fanfic. No, truly. I've never read My Immortal, but I'm very familiar with it. The impact that it has had just on fandom culture in general is so like fascinating to me, and it's just so fun. It's so fun. I hope the person who wrote it knows what they've done. I know there's been like a couple of people just at random who have claimed to be the person who wrote it. And as far as I'm aware, it's still like one of the biggest unsolved mysteries on the internet. Because there was somebody who claimed to have written it, but then it got proven to be false. Which was a wild story. I don't get Harry Potter fanfics, too many homebrew spells, and no magic fighting. Well, to be fair, a lot of fanfic isn't really written to play with the power system introduced in the world, but it's just to play with the characters and to kind of explore the characters and figure out what the character is to you. And also to make characters kiss that wouldn't normally kiss in the series. I've never really read a fanfic that was written for the love of, like, writing fights. It's always some, like, deep character study. Or just making people kiss for the love of the game. I hate Harry Potter and always have, so JK being awful has made it so now people are finally talking about all the problems I've always had with it. I'll be real, I was in 7th grade when I read the books. I didn't really know enough culturally to pick up on her anti-Semitism and racism that were blatantly in the books. But after hearing people point that out as an adult, it's like, wow. Some of that shit was really on the nose. Like, she literally just wrote, hey, I'm very bigoted against these groups without actually writing those words. Like, she basically painted it clear as day. Which is wild. Sorry to ruin that for anybody who may not have known that already. But also, I think most people already know that. Like, I don't think this is new information for anyone. I'm trying not to do, like, a deadass pattern. Okay, I did do the shiny ones earlier, so we're gonna stay with the shiny ones. How many beads do I even have on here? I think we're at 26. I count the 2 gold rings as 1 bead, and I also count both of these as 1 bead just to, like, size. Because 2 of the gold rings is still not as big as 1 bead. You were in middle school when they first came out, and I wasn't picking up on that, more like they were really mean-spirited. Oh, I guess that's fair. I guess that's fair. I didn't really care for them as a kid. I don't really remember why. I just don't think I ever got into it. But when I was in middle school, I went through a phase where I wanted to read books that were long because it made me feel special to read books that were long. And I'd read the Twilight books, and I was like, these are so long, and it was so fun, so silly, such a good time. And I'm just now putting this together, but it also may have been a factor in my cousin that I used to be kind of, like, obsessed with. She was my favorite person in the world. That friendship was so dear to me as a child. We were starting to grow apart, and I knew Harry Potter was something that, like, she liked and something that her family read together. And so I was like, I'm gonna read Harry Potter. I'm gonna read Harry Potter, and then I'll have this in common with my best friend. What am I looking for? think I'm looking for the gold ones again. We're doing an accidental pattern. So I read them, but I don't think I picked up on the mean-spiritedness. Either that or I pushed through it, but I don't remember thinking anything about it. So I might have just overlooked it or didn't pick up on it in the first place. Both are very viable. Got into Harry Potter because at the time the friend group I was in was into it and used to regularly have Harry Potter movie marathons. Yeah, no, I could see that. It sucks being left out of a group, so I also find myself getting into things, or at least watching things, because people in my life are into them. I do that all the time. It's so funny. You can tell the level of affection I hold for someone based on how easy it is for them to convince me to watch, read, or play something. Like, I am notoriously very bad at starting new things for some reason. And I find myself, like, most of the time when someone recommends me something, it'll either be added to my Crunchyroll queue to sit and rot forever, or it's something I am interested in, but for some reason it's gonna take me like 3 more recommendations to actually start it. I don't know why I'm like this. It's frustrating, I understand. But the more obsessed I am with the person, the less talking about it takes for me to finally pick something up. So that's fun. It kind of has a like, I don't know about this gang. It has almost like a piss vibe to it. Does that fit? That fits very comfortably around my wrist, so we'll just call it a day. We'll call it a day there. Like, Ron thinks his rat was eaten by Hermione's cat and is upset, but everyone's like, geez, Ron, it's just a rat. Like, who cares? No, okay, yeah. I'll be so real. Rats have always scared me. Their tails are too long. Just things about the design of a rat freak me out. So I think I found myself being unfair towards... I don't think I really liked Ron as a character either. But when you point that out, like, that was his pet. That was his pet. Like, of course he's gonna be upset. Why don't his friends understand? Yeah, no, he had terrible friends. Books came out when I was in middle school as well. I think at the time I was reading The Outsiders. I think book 7 came out when I was in middle school because I remember having, like, my mom bought the books as they came out, I think. By the time I started reading them, she had the first 6 and we had to go get book 7, and I think it might have... Let me not lie to you guys. Let me, Book 7? When did you come out? Released in 2007. Okay. I don't think... I was not in middle school yet, I don't think. That would have been... Oh, that's when it was released in the UK. When was it released? It was probably released the same year in the US. Oh, it was the movie that came out. The movie came out when I was... The first movie came out when I was in 8th grade, I think. I don't know. Close enough, though. Close enough. I was almost in middle school. 2007 was the year I turned 10. So, I was still there, kind of. Speaking of rats, I'm using 5 attacking me as a means of leveling up repair. Zenith, what are you talking about? What game are you playing? Got an ad right when you said rats freak you out, but my point is more, it's his pet. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. I think that's why I didn't empathize with him as a kid, because I was like, rats are spooky. Rats are so gross. Oh, Oblivion? Okay. Guys, this is our cursed bracelet. Wait, it stands up because I pulled the string really tight. Look at this shit. Okay, let me come here. Look at this shit. I love Kandi. This is so goofy. Everyone's gonna hate it. She's gonna... It's so gross. That's so funny. Anyway. That's going in the bag. I don't think I'm gonna make another penis one. At least not now. Let's make some nice ones. Where'd my scissors go? Harry should have cared. Yeah, no, I said they were terrible friends to run. And you know, it's kind of wild because, like, I know in book 7 there were some things that I don't remember the specifics, but there was something that happened that, like, played on his insecurities, and it would not have worked as well if they were actually better fucking friends to him. Anyway. I don't think I can spell yaoi with my pretty color letters. So what can we say? Nothing with an O, and I think I'm out of I's on the pretty letters. I hated that you don't kill off the team pet. It was certainly a choice. And then didn't he go the rest of the series without having a pet? And like everyone's supposed to have a pet. I might be misremembering. I honestly don't really care. We could probably sit here and pick apart Harry Potter all day and point out all of the like mean-spirited shit in it. And there's a lot more than I realized. Flip back to the close-up of it. Do you like my bracelets, witch? If we ever go to an anime convention, that's the same one, because I know we're like roughly in the same region of the US. I can make you and Dove silly bracelets. They don't have to be like that, though. They could be any vibe. I know I've already told Brennan I will make them a gay bracelet if we ever meet up. I say if, but I think initially I said when. And you know, if the world doesn't fall apart this year, it's definitely more of a win. I can't think of anything. Oh, wait a minute. Do I have any U's? I don't have... Okay. Wait, we can still cook. So, just to go ahead and explain for people who aren't in the know, but there are like certain terms used to describe people who are into BL. One of them is that backwards? Let me come here. Is that backwards on here? One of them is Fujoshi, which is like, technically I think it means rotten girl. And then you have Fudanshi, which is like the boy version, and also the gender neutral version. Don't know why boy and gender neutral usually are the same one, but you know, that's just, I didn't make the rules. But those are like, I think they were initially used as insults, but they've become like reclaimed by people who want to claim them. So I've been making some bracelets that say that. Oh, also one thing, I like to make all of my bracelets completely unique. Mostly because sometimes I use beads I don't have very many of, so I can only make one. I also just think it's more special that way, when there's only one. But I think I might be able to spell Fudanshi? Possibly? Maybe? Do I have a D? There's gotta be. I never use D's. What words do I even spell? The world needs that bracelet. Oh, I love making gay bracelets. Let's see. I can give you guys a bracelet tour. I'm gonna go back to this screen so you can see the colors in better. So I just showed you guys the Fudanshi. I tried to go for an... Let me pull it back so it's not so bright. I tried to go for a little bit of an MLM vibe, but I went more yellow than green. But I really like it. I like this bracelet a lot. If no one takes it, it's fine. And then the Fujoshi is like pink for the girlies, but also BL is a subset of shoujo manga, which is also for the girlies. Alejo, welcome in! How are you? I hope you're doing well. I'm assuming this is... No, wait, this is Toby. This is probably Toby, because Alejo has his own. Feel free to correct me, but either way, hello, I hope you're doing well. It is Toby. Okay, sick. I'm learning. I'm catching on. But Toby, how are you? I hope you're doing well. It's Alahobia. It is Alahobia. We love Alahobia in this house. All right, so the bracelet we just made, so we're up to 3. The green Yuri manga. I also really like this one. I'm gonna take it to give away, but it is one I initially made for myself before I realized I don't really wear singles a lot. Okay, so I have another like green one just for the vibes, because I've noticed like just pretty color patterns, people like those. This one's like a cotton candy bisexual vibe, or maybe trans. Either way, it was very pretty. It's also kind of small. This is our BL connoisseur. I did have to Google how to spell connoisseur, so if we make another one that says this, I'm gonna have to pull up receipts so I can spell it. That was also for the BL panel. We are making bracelets. I like to hand them out at anime conventions to like people that I talk to. And right now I'm showing y'all the haul. So I don't remember why. But then I have the star one. It is 100% just stars. It's a very dainty one compared to some of the others. My Awuga one. A couple of these are left over from AWOX. I did not give all of them away. I love the colors on this one. You've been playing Genshin and cross-stitching? Oh, nice, nice. That sounds like a great time. Okay, so I have 3 that are all identical, but they're different colors. But it's like the color pattern with gold beads vibes, and I really like them. I think they turned out nice. This is not one of a kind because I made it, and then it reminded me of my grandma, so I gave it to her, and then I made another one to give away. So whoever gets this one, the odds of whoever getting this one, having seen this stream, are astronomically low. But whoever gets this one will know they have a matching bracelet with my grandma. We have a watermelon Palestine one. I don't really know why I made this one. It was just kind of the vibe for the time. So hopefully somebody appreciates seeing that. You need the PP one? I'll make one just for you, Overlord. Is there any way I could get my hands on an authentic Pocket Leaves crafted bracelet? If we are ever at like the same convention, or we ever plan to meet up, I will make you a bracelet, Toby. I will do that. I've got a blue one. I made a lot of color ones because I thought it was gonna... Okay. So, before my Baldur's Gate panel got denied, a lot of people that do panels will sometimes put together little like goodie bags for people to get, like little stickers or something really cheap that you can get a lot of really easily. And I thought it would be fun. Also, people who host like game panels have prizes for winners, and I thought it would be fun because my Baldur's Gate panel was going to be a trivia game, and I thought it would be fun to have little bags that were like dice sets with matching bracelets. I only had, because I have a handful of dice sets that were given to me when my ex discovered Wish, the like dropshipping website or whatever it is. And he ordered a shit ton of like dice and just gave me a bunch of them. So it's like, I don't know what to do with these. I also don't like them. But I'll make bracelets to go with them. Just some more blue. This one just says Yaoi for the BL panel. But it's got nice funky colors and big chunky stars. Ooh, this one, I think this might be specifically for my friend Haley. I haven't decided yet, but it's a Shrimps' Bugs. She sent me one that somebody made that said the same thing, and that she really liked it. And I was like, this is so silly. What if I make one too? We have a trans bracelet. I say lots of trans people at conventions. That's not true. That's just my social circle. Another Yaoi one. It kind of matches the other with fun, funky colors and chunky stars. We're almost done. I promise. The last bit. We have mushrooms, but it's also low-key giving peppermint Christmas. Then we have a blue peppermint one. This one that I made, because I have a lot of these star charms. We might do something with that. I think it's pretty. And then oh, these are tangled up. I have a strawberry one. The words say strawberry, but I think they're turned a little funky so you can't see them. But I've got strawberry clay beads on there. A gay bracelet. I will say the gay bracelets are not one of a kind, but I don't make a bunch of them. 8? Thanks, Hannah. Thank you, Hannah. Hannah, I'm gonna have to make you bracelets for when we meet up later this year. And then I have this little lollipop one. I got these lollipop charms because I thought they were really cute, and then I haven't used them, so I'm forcing myself to use them. Okay, now we get to fill this bag back up. I don't remember why I showed you guys those. I think I said something that was like related to it, but then I don't remember what that was. So, let me get back to looking for these letters that I need. We'll come back here. Our little scuffed second. I'm kind of proud of myself for figuring this out because I realized that I needed to figure something out like an hour before stream, and I kept putting it off. I kept putting it off until like 5:30. And then I was like, okay, so how am I going? At first I thought maybe I could do like a Discord call with myself, but I didn't want to make an alt account. I figured there had to be an easier way. You cannot do a Discord call with yourself on 2 separate devices, by the way. I think most people know that, but in case you didn't. I have to lock in. I need an N, an H, and a D. And an I. But I don't think I have any I's in these. Oh, here's a D. And then there's another one. And an H. Who knew lifting this up closer to my eyes would make it easier to see? Dad asked, though, there are no eyes. Right, okay. Yeah, I don't think there's a single eye in here. Okay. Oh, I also never got the N. I'm still looking. Okay. I might just like take, cause I have more color letters, but they're like black ink on solid color blocks. I think I'm gonna put these translucent letters away. I think we're done with them. I think we're done with them. Why would you need to Discord call yourself? I was trying to figure out ways. So the camera that you guys are seeing right now is my laptop webcam. I was trying to find ways before I realized I could just use my capture card to get the video footage on my PC. Also, welcome in, Barmy. I hope you're doing well. Why do people need to call themselves? I used to call myself on my phone to get out of awkward situations, but Discord, so that I could use it as a way to transfer video. Listen, it would have worked if I made an alt account, and it would have been a little bit easier to position this because it's like in a weird, it's sitting in a weird spot because of cord lengths. But I think that would have been like extra scuffed because then we'd have to deal with internet connection, and Discord sometimes is a little scuffed for me. You're playing Bucky again? New skin looks amazing. Love that for you. I am almost got Cloak and Dagger to Lord, but I have been playing, I learned how to play Loki last night, and he was actually really fun. And I've been learning how to play other characters, but being a Cloak and Dagger main means I no longer know how to aim, which is a struggle if I also want to play Hela, who is a hit scan that you have to aim. We're working on it. Just ask Hannah, we're working on it. Okay. You know, I think a lot of my letter beads are gonna have to, especially these very specific ones that are hard to get like other copies for, because these came with a bead set that I got off the internet a while ago. I think they're gonna have to become shaker fillers. Because this is wild. I can't spell anything with this. So we'll hold on to them for now. Been learning Magneto too and Rocket. I love that for you. I rediscovered how fun Venom is last night. Venom is definitely my favorite tank to play right now. I've gotten not so great at Groot. Sorry, I keep, like, my laptop is sitting on a stool right now next to my desk. And I keep, like, moving my feet, because I usually, like, have my feet in my chair, but for some reason I'm not sitting like that today. It's just not the vibe. Okay. What do I have in these? In my little circle. My circle letters. I'm already seeing lots of things that I could use. I just need an S. There is not one, is there? No. Okay. Well, we could potentially work with that. Because I'm okay alternating between the two different, like, circle letters. Because I have, like, colorful circle letters as well. Those beads match up a little bit better than the two different colors. But I want to see how much of this I can get in one color so I know how I need to alternate it. Okay, there's an F. I guess it... For some others... Sorry, I'm really locked in right now trying to, like, find letters. I don't know if this is fun for you guys, but this is literally just, like, hanging out. This is what, last time I went, so the first time I made bracelets for an anime convention, I actually didn't make them ahead of time, but I was making a bunch of identical ones, so the brain power to make them was not that crazy. But what I did is I had my friends in the hotel room help me make some, but we also did, like, a bunch of silly ones for ourselves, and I made Ruthie a cube. Like, we did lots of fun things together in there, and this is literally just, like, what that was. This is what it is like to hang out with me. I might be able to spell out a whole word just with the color letters, actually. I need this on a flatter, like a bigger surface that I can spread out more. Oh, this is spilling everywhere. I don't know what I expected. In Deep Baldur's Gate 2, at the part where Jaheira mentioned she fought mind flayers, also they're harder, but still it's unforgiving in Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, rest in peace. Mind flayers are just gross. They're gross. They're hard to fight. They have really cool powers. Narratively, I don't like turning myself into a mind flayer, but you do get some sick-ass powers with the astral tadpole and then also a full transformation. Okay. Any U's? Oh, there's a purple U? I'm pretty sure I don't have O's. There's a single black O for Fuzhou. She. You harbor a tremendous hatred for mind flayers. No, that's fair. That's fair. I think it's really interesting how some people have reacted to the mind flayers in Baldur's Gate versus others. Like, y'all know I am the Emperor's #1 hater, and I do recognize part of that is personal beef that I may have made up a little bit in my head because I'm projecting. But also, I think he's a shit guy. And I recognize I'm holding him to human standards, and it's not exactly fair to hold him to human standards because he's just a freak. But, you know, I think even inhuman characters that don't have human morality is still supposed to tell us something about being human and mirrors different aspects of humanity. And you kind of see that with the Emperor, because he's just like a narcissistic abuser in my head. Anyway, not to like rant about the Emperor. Music do be popping off and the bracelets do be cute. Thank you. I found this through my friend who uses this song in her, like this music in her videos. But like somebody made Animal Crossing-esque music and I loved it. I was like, you know what? Listening to this in my free time. When they pull out the guns on him and he's like, you're Homo sapiens in your guns. Love when the cop says hands in the air and he does a little smile before raising his hands while lifting the cop cars with his powers. Oh, Magneto, when did he do that? That's so silly. They don't stun into instant kill. They can stun or instant kill. 1 to 3 shot with intelligence drain, but you just die no matter what. Yeah, no, that's rough. Emperor sucks. Mellum is my boy, though. Truly. We love a Mellum. What are the stickers on the mic? So, we have... Let me get some lights that are... So, we have Star Platinum from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. This is Moxie from Hell of a Boss. And if I flip it the other way, this is just like a dice that I think I got when I ordered dice. This is Hypno from Hades. Overlord says we're absolutely popping off with that, and I love that. And then, I have a little guy, a little pancake manta ray with a banana. And then the tarot card for, who is this? This is the world, a tarot card for the world. I had a friend one year for Christmas just order like a pack of JoJo stickers off of Amazon, and it's a lot of stolen fan art, by the way. If you buy those sticker packs off of like Amazon, a lot of stolen fan work. But some of them were like official artwork, so I put them on my microphone. It's in the first X-Men movie. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one. You know, it was your man. We love Star Platinum in this house. The only reason I'd keep the Emperor around is for his shapeshifting abilities, because you know what kind of man I am, but other than that, hate the fucker. Yeah, no, that checks out. That checks out for you. Okay, so I have some nice little patterns, and I think finishing the rest of the word ruins the pattern, so we're just gonna do a Fujo bracelet, because people on the internet never say the whole word. And I'm enjoying this pink and purple pattern with the letters that we've got going. So, I'm gonna go ahead and put these letters back up. Sorry, you guys, this is just like bead organizing simulator. First X-Men and ×2 are the only good X-Men movies. I don't know how many X-Men movies there are. I'm gonna be so real. When did they come out? Like the two that you like? Whenever I watch the ones after that, I'm like, this reminds me of the first 2 movies I could be watching. A better movie instead of this. Oh, rough. That's so wild. I kind of feel that way. Bear with me. I feel that way about Sword Art Online. I really liked the concept of Sword Art Online when the anime first came out. And every time I'd sit down to watch it, I was like, yeah, this is great, but I could just be playing RuneScape right now, or like playing playing a game that has this vibe instead of watching this anime. Like I did not finish an episode. It took my ex was really into Sword Art Online, and he sat me down and we watched the first 2 seasons. Now I can actually be a hater and know what I'm talking about, but the longest time, every time I watched that anime, it just made me want to go play video games. 2001 is the first X-Men movie. Okay. I've noticed people prefer like some of the older Marvel movies. I don't know what has changed writing wise or production wise, like if it's a person change or if it's a Disney money change, but I think Disney might have owned them back then. I really don't know. First 2 movies came out in the early 2000s. I've noticed people are a lot more into like earlier MCU type stuff than later things. And I've heard a lot of the more recent stuff is very hit or miss. Sorry if that's not true. That's just what I've heard. So X and X2 is made by Fox and aren't MCU. Oh, okay. So it is like actually made by a different company that probably has different values and goals and storytelling and all that. I know I have a friend who like really hates a lot of Disney media, because most of like Disney media to them is very like, it has a very specific image and vibe that it's going for that's very like clean and family friendly and ignores a lot of the like messiness of life or whatever. I forget what specifically they said. But I was like, that's so interesting. That's like a whole thing you've picked up on for this like entire like mega corporation, and how that has impacted how their media hits you. I just think it's interesting. But like they're kind of right. She's kind of cooking with that. Okay, so we have these nice like hot pink purple letters, and I think that's the bead vibe we're gonna go for as well. First Class was good, but I didn't like the others. That's fair. I don't know if I would enjoy them. I'm gonna be so real, but you guys know that's just, the whole genre is not really my jam, and that's a me problem and not a problem with the media itself. Part of the reason why the MCU exists is Marvel wanted to make their own movies, but had given Spider-Man movie rights to Sony and X-Men movies rights to Fox. So they had to make people care about their less popular heroes that they couldn't sell. Oh, rest in peace. That is kind of funny that that's how that's worked out, though. Fox finally gave Marvel the X-Men back. The plot of the newest Deadpool is kind of about Disney / the MCU absorbing all the Fox Marvel movies. Oh, not Kel being in ad jail again? Ad jail again? Has it been that long already? I know Kel's not here to say. That feels kind of fast. Okay. Do I want yeah, we'll go iridescent. I'll do my iridescent balls. Welcome back, Kel. That is really interesting, though, about what you were saying about the Deadpool movie. I haven't seen the new one. I watched the first one when it came out. I don't remember if I watched the second one. Is the new one the second one? I don't remember. I might have seen the second one. You didn't see it, you just know that's the plot. That's fair. That doesn't sound like one I've seen. The new one is the third. Okay, then I've seen the first 2. I didn't know there was a third. Listen, the kind of life I live now, I pretty much only hear about media when it's anime related, because that's just what is on my algorithms. Ryan Reynolds has kind of ruined Deadpool for me. That's fair. I'm not familiar with Deadpool outside of the Deadpool movies. But I will say, they're probably not all men. It's just the stereotype. but the kind of guys that will, like, put on a Deadpool suit and go to conventions and harass people because it's in character. Like, there's a specific type of Deadpool cosplayer, and if you went to conventions between 2010 and 2020, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Those people have kind of ruined the vibe of the character for me. I'll be so real. Luckily, I haven't had a lot of, like, personal encounters, but I also always go with a group. And I was not a minor when I started going to anime conventions. I know I probably looked like one to some people, but I wasn't, and unfortunately, that does make a difference at anime conventions. You like Ryan Reynolds? You know, people say that a lot. I don't really get it, but, like, at the same time, like, taste is subjective, and if that's what you like, that's what you like, and who am I to judge you for it? But also, like, I don't know. Okay. We got this nice pink and purple going on. Do we like this camera? Do you guys like the hand cam? Because I realized I think I'm blocking it half the time. I'm definitely blocking it, like, half of the time. That's okay. Hand cam good? Okay. Maybe it's just how I'm sitting every time I look up that it feels like it's not actually doing what I set it there to do. Apparently on set of X2, the case had an intervention. Oh wait, let me go back up. The X-Men movies got bad because the third one after have a different director/writer because the director of the first two was an abuser. Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, yeah, he deserved to be kicked off of that crew then. Apparently on set of X2, the case had an intervention because of the director's drinking and abuse. The cast had an intervention. Okay. That is wild, and that should not have been up to the cast, but I understand they were probably the ones, like, at risk here, and they were also, like, if he fucks it up, that's not gonna, like, go well for them and their jobs either. Like, it's affecting their employment as well as whatever fuck shit he did on set to them. Everyone needs you today. Rip. The bunch of settlers need my help in Oblivion, and all my friends want to play Fortnite with me. God forbid you have friends that want to play Fortnite with you. Ugh, the worst. I haven't played Fortnite in so long. I don't even think I have it, like, updated anymore. Do we want to do Big Chunky Purple Star? Actually, no. We don't. I don't know why, but it just didn't feel like it was the vibe. Okay. We'll do another heart. I have a lot of these, like, little iridescent hearts. I'm almost out of the iridescent balls. And I don't have as many of the stars, but I have a ton of the hearts left because I never use the hearts. But I need to get another pack of these little iridescent beads because I love them so much and I use them all the time. They are so pretty. God forbid you have friends who share more than one interest with you. Rest in peace. So Fox had the rights to X-Men, Fantastic Four, Deadpool, and Blade, while Sony had all the Spider-Man stuff. Okay, see, I didn't realize that, like, the MCU wasn't the popular... Like, I didn't realize they were so unpopular before the movies. But that's really interesting. If it was any other game, I'd drop everything, but it's Fortnite, and that game's been pissing me the fuck off. Damn. You know, I will say, if it's, like, actually making you mad, you probably should not play it, and should just play something else. So I find myself getting that way about games sometimes, and when I start feeling, like, actually feeling genuinely mad and upset about a video game, it's time to turn it off. I don't need to play this anymore. It's time to take a break, maybe go touch grass, because quite frankly, it is never that deep. It's never that serious. I don't play like pro. It doesn't affect my life at all if I'm bad at this video game. Like, it literally does not mean anything other than like personal satisfaction. Still waiting for Blade Runner skins to drop because I have a Blade Runner trash. Oof. I hope they get them soon. Just recently, Fox gave in and let Disney have all those superheroes back so they can be added to the MCU. Oh, wait, is that why? I don't know who owned Marvel Rivals. But, like, is that... I guess it doesn't make sense because Marvel as a company would own, like, the comic book rights to them. And the game rights might be different. It's definitely different than, like, movie rights. Never mind. Never mind. I answered my own question. Like, if you, Hannah, or Shadow wanted to play Rivals, then I'd be 100% on board. But that fuck-ass game, just no. That's fair. It definitely sounds like you do need to take a break from playing Fortnite. Before Iron Man and the MCU, the monthly titles Marvel put out were X-Men related. Oh, that's how much more popular X-Men was compared to other superheroes they published. That is why we are getting new Fantastic Four. It is to add them to the MCU. Oh, that's exciting. I love that for people who were into the X-Men vibes and the Fantastic Four. I gotta count these beads. We're at 24. Okay. Actually, we'll do a lighter pink again. Do I have any more of these specific beads? Yes. 25, 26. Doing hearts again for 27 and 28. First two X-Men movies go hard on mutant equals being gay. You know, there's a lot of stuff like that is really good allegories for like being queer. I don't know if that was intentional. I know for like some things like the Matrix, like the trans allegories, I think were intentional. Don't quote me on that though, but I've heard they were. So that's really cool. Really nailed the landing because the director, the abuser, is gay. Oh, work, love that. But yeah, no, that definitely was the intention then. Corny but good, corny is quality neutral. I think with corny, if you're gonna fully commit to the bit, then it doesn't matter how corny it is, it's not going to affect how good your thing is. But if you're like corny and you're aware that it's corny and then you shy away from committing to the bit, that's when it gets bad. And that's when being corny is a bad thing. The first two movies, 1000% intentional. Yeah, because like there's a big, like a long history in media of queer people having to like do shit like that. Like having to make allegories and metaphors between like monsters and like villains with being queer, because that was the only way they could really tell their stories. Like there's a long history with that, not just in the US either. I think I'm gonna do, wait, do I have so many different types of beads that are like one color. Okay, I don't have any more of that like dull pink. That's okay. It doesn't have to match. It's not an exact pattern. I think this actually puts me at 30. I need to do another count. Oh, this actually puts me at 31, but that's okay. Size inclusive. Fun part about rewatching The Matrix from a queer lens, the plot is a guy ratting out the polycule to the feds, not ratting out the polycule. I've never seen The Matrix. I just know like fun facts about it. Like the fact that it's like a really good trans allegory. I've also heard it either was like actually inspired by Ghost in the Shell or has a lot of like thematic similarities to Ghost in the Shell. We have our Fujo bracelet. Y'all can kind of get the vibe. I'll hold it in this camera so you can see the colors better. There we go. Love that. I don't... The thing with, like, making bracelets for a group of people that I know nothing about, other than, like, shared interest, I don't know how heavy to go into, like, certain types of vibes. Like, I know the stereotype is, the person who's into BL is, like, a girl who may or may not be queer. But, like, that's not the only kind of person. I know that was, like, a really vague descriptor. I think there's multiple stereotypes and it's kind of changed over time. But, a lot of the, like, things that I can think of, there's not a lot of gender neutral things for BL that I can think of right now. Because I don't think I can spell Fudanshi again, unless I get the little letters out, which we could do. In the comics, the metaphor / allegory is kind of whatever minority they feel like talking about at the time. I guess that's fair. Like, I started in the 60s, turning civil rights movement. Yeah, so that was kind of more of like the big social conversation at the time. Comics doesn't always nail the lending. Oh, rip. Rest in peace. Probably because the minority they were trying to talk about was not actually involved in the writing of said comic, and so it comes off a little strange, I'm assuming. Anyway, in X2, there's a part where a character is asked by his mom if he has tried not being a mutant. I don't know how being a mutant works, but my, like, assumption is that's quite literally not a possibility, but that's also, like, what being gay is like, because it's not something you just choose to be. So, like, that is the metaphor for real. But it's like, that's how ridiculous people sound when they say shit like that. I get that's the point. Like, trust me, I understand that's the point being made. Like, they sound so goofy. All the girls who liked yaoi as a teen when I was a teen ended up transitioning, so they are gay trans guys now. Yeah, absolutely. It's so like fascinating. I can't say anything about the Japanese fandom. So know when I say this, I'm 100% only talking about like English Western fandom, like online and in America. But 10 years ago, if you said you liked yaoi or BL, there was an assumption that you were a straight woman, a cis straight woman, fetishizing gay men. Give us a few years, and almost all of us have come out. Almost all of us have come out as trans of some flavor, or lesbians. A lot of lesbians also like BL, but that's because if y'all don't mind a little info dump, that's because a lot of BL wasn't written to be stories about men. It's stories about women, just through the lens of like being a man, because a lot of it has to do with like separating the woman from her desires to make it less shameful, but also it's to get around censorship, because when the yaoi genre first started way back in the 70s, you were not allowed to depict sex in manga, but the way the laws were written, it was specifically heterosexual sex, and sex between two men was kind of technically a loophole. So that's kind of how it got started, because like one of the main girlies that were like making that kind of manga, she wanted to tell stories about sexuality, and she's like, well, I can't do that with a man and a girl, but I can do it with two boys because it's technically not against the law the way the law is written. And you know what? Good for her. Good for her. Anyway. It's a really interesting conversation to me about all of that. I'm trying to see what inspiration The Matrix took from Ghost in the Shell in 1995. I can't think of any, but it sure does feel it. Also, I should get into Ghost in the Shell manga with the new anime. There's a new Ghost in the Shell anime? Looks more manga accurate. That's really cool. I didn't know there was a manga. Ghost in the Shell is one of those things. I've seen like a movie OVA. I've not watched like a full series type of thing. Welcome in, Picky Pick. How are you? I hope you're doing well. You just opened TikTok to some incredible Bucky glazing by support, basically saying, I'm practicing your last name. It's good to be back. That's crazy. That's wild. It's free on Tubi. I know what I'm watching when I go visit my parents. They have that on their TV. Watch it live. I definitely will. That's really cool. You love older Disney movies since the evil mother types have always championed the queer movements. I know it's not exactly who you're talking about because Ursula is not like a mother figure, but Ursula, like design-wise, was based off of a drag queen. I don't remember which one, I'm sorry. I think this information is very, very easy to find though. But like, a lot of villains were very much based in like queer archetypes or whatever. I'm gonna make a dinosaur bracelet. This is completely unrelated to panels, but I got these dinosaur charms that are cute as hell. I'm only gonna make one because I kind of got them to make a bracelet for one of my friends who really likes dinosaurs, and I need to make sure I don't use the pink charm for the kind of dinosaur that she likes. We got a great first start. I've really enjoyed lately making singles that have like little charms off of them. I don't know if I would like to wear them, but all the ones that I have for myself, the charms are really fucking big, or they're like, hang on, I'm gonna do a pattern. I'm gonna do a pattern of 3 colors. What would look good? Do I want to do yellow? Teal, green, and yellow? Guys, how do we feel about teal, green, and yellow? Is this... Hang on, I'll get 2 little patterns up here, and then hold it up so y'all can see the vibe a bit better. Oh shit, that didn't make it onto the string. Like, is this a vibe? I think this is a vibe. Now that I'm holding it up, I can see that the yellows are not the same, and so I like it. I like that a lot. Thank you for the hydrate, Overlord, and the posture check, Picky Pick. You're back with tea. It's nice and hot. Love that, love that. Also, thank you for the hydrate. We're staying hydrated together. Divine is the drag queen. Thank you for letting us know, Kel. I never got super into drag in the sense of like watching a lot of drag content, but I love the makeup looks. I love the makeup looks. I've seen a little bit of Bob the Drag Queen on like TikTok, because I think they post stuff to TikTok themselves, and they're so silly. Very funny. Okay. But the fun thing about patterns of 3 is I only need 10 of each color, and then I know I have my 30 beads. So that's nice. Although, because of the way I'm doing it, I do have a distinct middle, so I can't just, like, put them all on the string really nice. Let me hold my hand this way so you guys can actually see what I'm doing. Personally think green and purple go really well, though it depends on the shade sometimes. Green can go really well with a good mix of colors. Yes, although the shade of green I was using and the only shade of purple I have would be giving the Joker, I fear. And it wasn't the vibe with the little yellow dinosaur. But we could do a little green and purple moment. Could definitely do a green and purple moment. I do like green and purple. They're very Halloween core to me. Very, very October core. Speaking of, is it too soon to start figuring out what we might want to do for Halloween this year? There's a really good chance I'm not going to be in town that, like, last bit of October. I don't know. I have something planned for November 1st. But that means I will be traveling either on or before Halloween. I would need to talk to the person I'm staying with and also figure out if I'm driving or flying. because that'll determine a lot. Because if I'm flying, I'm gonna need someone to take me to the airport and pick me up from the airport so that I don't have to pay for parking. And I also still need to be picked up. It's you? Hannah, I didn't want to just, like, dox you. But yeah, it is Hannah. I'm planning on doing something with Hannah, basically Halloween weekend, and I'm very, very hyped about it. But we have the rest of October to figure out, like, fun Halloween stuff. Kind of want to go to a Halloween party this year. Okay, so Halloween is, like, y'all know Halloween is something I go crazy for. And the past, like, ever since I've started streaming, there was one Halloween that I was at an anime convention. There were 2 Halloween-ish weekends where I was at an anime convention. But the Halloween anime convention that I usually go to is not during Halloween anymore. Okay, so, hang on. Okay, this is our 8th little pattern. So, Anime Weekend Atlanta is the convention I like to go to in the fall every year. However, when I first started going to it, back in 2016, I think was the first year I went, it was in September. And it remained in September until 2019 when it swapped to Halloween weekend. I think I need one more. It swaps to Halloween weekend, right? And then it was on Halloween weekend up until this past December, when it was in December, because they changed venues and couldn't get their preferred dates. And it's in December again this year. It's like the weekend right before Christmas. I thought I wasn't going, but all of my friends are like, we'll just plan to go anyway, and if we cancel, we cancel. But now we're, like, talking about submitting panels to get free badges, so, like, I think I'm going. At the very least, I'm gonna go for a single day. But I think we're going. But this year is the last year that it's in December, because everyone hates the new dates. Everyone's been complaining about it, and it's like, the staff for the convention have already said that the December dates were temporary, and they're gonna try to get, like, September or October dates again. It's our little dinosaur bracelet. I hope somebody loves this one. It's very cute. Okay. We're adding it to the pile. I don't know how many I have. I'm not counting, but I want to fill the bag. Although, I'm gonna have to separate them out because we also have the Jujutsu Kaisen panel, but I don't know if we're doing bracelets for Jujutsu Kaisen. Emerald never responded to me. I asked her earlier today if— oh, no, she responded while I was. I'll just respond now. You guys can't see that, can you? No, okay. I know you can see, like, OBS. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't doxing my personal Discord with the homies. What the heck? That was so funny. Because that happened? That happened right as I, like, started typing. And I thought I broke something. Okay, so bear with me. Okay, I was telling her about the penis bracelet without telling her that's what it was. She was asking if she was making it. I asked her right before stream if she was gonna make bracelets too. And she was specifying if it was for the panels. I told her I made one that was kind of gross and really silly. A nice pink and green, but I don't think it's too soon to think a few ideas out. Oh yeah, absolutely. I know we have a pink and green one for strawberry, but we can also just do like a pink and green one for the vibes. And also pink and purple. Here to see what you have? Okay. So I just showed them all on stream a bit ago. We'll come to the screen. I just showed them, this is my bag so far. I will take pictures for you afterwards, but the one that I was telling you about is this one. The bracelet itself giving piss vibes. Our nice little penis charm. I am gonna have it out at the BL panel if anyone wants it. Been cranking them out. A lot of these I've made just at random. Not the Pinar. Hannah needs that one. Hannah, I can make you one. You'll need to remind me, but I can definitely make you one for when we meet up. Currently reading anything isekai on a certain free manga site, and holy shit, they're so gooner that I am giving up on the isekai genre. Isekai is kind of rough. But you also have the issue of isekai got really oversaturated as a genre because it got super popular. I haven't started reading this one yet, but it looks really good. Let me make sure it's an isekai before I lie to you. I have to specify manga because Red River is just like a thing. Is this an isekai? I don't know why I thought it was an isekai. It might be, it might not be. It's a supernatural drama. Okay, so it doesn't say isekai, but it is like about a Japanese schoolgirl time traveling to a place. It has isekai vibes, but it's called Red River. I haven't started reading it yet, but I have the first basically 6 volumes because they're in omnibus form, and it looks really good. You're going to love isekai on any new titles. So many yiddies. Ugh, rip. I will say though, Zenith, do you watch a lot of anime? Because a lot of that kind of anime is just genuinely not even good. The character designs are ass. They're just, like, they're not good. The plots are bad. The characters are bad. It's a terrible vibe. It isn't actually that popular, but it does consistently make a smallish profit. Publisher I work for has basically said almost all the isekai are profitable but aren't big hits. That is so interesting. I feel like we're still... So I know isekai existed long before Sword Art Online. I recognize that. The vibe that a lot of like anime fans have always said is that Sword Art Online popularized isekai, and we got like a bunch of isekai stuff after Sword Art Online blew up. What was this, like 12 years ago? Okay, whoever said green and purple, are we thinking, this is the only shade of purple I have, this darker purple? Lime green or dark green? Lime green or dark green to go with the purple? Both give Joker, I fear. All anime is isekai if you're that desperate for escapism. The isekai is you, though. No, that's so true. That is so true, actually. You got an ad. Kel got an ad again. Okay, when Kel gets back, we're gonna confirm the information. Okay, you're back. So what I was saying is, from a fan perspective, and again, this is also coming from a very like English-speaking perspective as well, but the thing that I've heard a lot of anime people talk about, and something I've noticed myself, is, so, like, obviously isekai existed before Sword Art Online, but it was when Sword Art Online came out and blew the fuck up, it, like, really popularized it, and then we got a bunch of, like, Sword Art Online copies. Or I guess they're all light novel adaptations, because that was also when a lot of light novel adaptations started coming out. But that was, like, the vibe that people blame it on Sword Art Online. Any idea how much you've made? You also got an ad, Lamau, rest in peace. Emerald, are you, like, in an ad right now? I guess just let me know when you get back. I say as if she can hear me if she's not currently in an ad. They are all light novels. Every single isekai? Well, that's not true. That is so interesting, though. You're not in an ad? Okay. Is Yiddies just titties or something? Yeah, Yiddies is just a quirky way to spell titties. Okay, guys. We're about to have a counting simulator. I don't think my mic picked that up. Y'all wanna... That nice beat ASMR. Wait, let me take my mic cover off. That doesn't pick up at all. Okay. Never mind. That's just for my ears. These are not all for the BL panel. These are just all the ones that I have. But the ones that are specifically for the BL panel, I will pull those out for you. This is my BL connoisseur. Ah, shit, they're falling. Okay, are these all the, like... Awuga can be yaoi panel. I think I'm making like a handful that are specifically for the panel, but then I have a lot of generic ones that are just for whenever. I have 7 that are specifically for the panel. We'll just do this again. We'll do this again. But I got my Fujoshi bracelet, pink and girly for the girls. The Fudanshi bracelet, the matching vibes for the boys, or our non-binary friends. But that's actually more, that's giving more boy. I need to make a less boy one. I have another Fujo one. I just made this one. Then we have our yaoi. And our other yaoi. This is a showcase specifically for Emerald. Our BL connoisseur. Here's the colors on that one. And then our piss penis bracelet. So that was 7, right? And then I have 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let me go back to this. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 20, 25, 6, 27, 28, I have 29. I'm about to make a 30th. I was gonna fill my bag up, Emerald, but not all of them were specifically for panels, but the ones that are not specifically for panels are very generic right now, so we could just put them out as well. I don't really know what the vibe is. I just know when I filled this up for AWA, there was like 80. It was less than 90, but more than 80. I think it was like 85. I can fit more, but I don't think I can get to 100 in this. So I know when I fill this up, I'll have somewhere between 80 and 90. And then we'll see from there, but I don't think I'll have time to make more after that. Okay. I have not made any Satosugo ones yet. I have not done that at all. I know our Satosugo panel, last I checked, there was like 50 or 60 people bookmarked for it. I might be wrong. I might be misremembering. It might be more like 40. I don't know. Shield Hero was the bigger push? Oh, that's interesting, Kel. Okay, that is so interesting. I never would have, like, pegged that. Okay. Sword Art Online is a little bit. Shield Hero was the big push. Satosugo. You watched a bit of anime to answer your question, but throughout your time, you've only watched 2 ecchi anime, believe it or not. Prison School and Ikitozen. Other than that, just basic shit like Berserk, Devilman, Demon Slayer, Evangelion, etc. Okay, that's fair. Honestly, I think most anime fans don't really watch a lot of ecchi, because from what I've heard, and, like, the series that I have seen that are a little bit, like, would be called that, they're just not particularly that good. I'm sure there are good ones out there, but the ones that got popular that I knew of were just, they just didn't do it. They weren't that great. So, like, basically, isekai sell enough to make a profit because I guess the people who like isekai buy all the isekais, but they aren't really big hits. All out big hits are more romance-ish. That is so interesting. Okay. It does make sense, though, that people who like isekai are gonna read, like, all the isekais. Also, I'm making a decision to go the neon green instead of the darker green. I don't think I got an answer on that question. So we'll do creative liberties. Are we just gonna alternate the 2? Do I want a 3rd color in there? I think I want a 3rd one in there. I like doing 3-bead patterns. 3-bead patterns just are satisfying. Tokyo Ghoul, Bleach, One Piece, Dragon Ball, Bakugan, Jujutsu Kaisen, and more. Okay, that's fair. The Dangers in My Heart is a big seller. I've heard about that one. It did seem really popular. Always wants to rush it to print because if it doesn't come out immediately, people will steal it. They're gonna steal it anyway. But also the fun thing I've learned about piracy, I don't know how this research was conducted, but I have heard that the people who are pirating stuff are also like the people spending the most money on things, because they're like the people buying merch, or a lot of, especially in anime and manga communities, they'll like read it online as it comes out in Japan, and then months later when it finally gets released in the US, they buy the physical copies. And I do that as well. Like, I do that as well. I'm reading that shit online, and then I'm buying. Okay, there are some series that I'm not, like, if I'm not up to date, I am reading as I buy it. But there are some series that I want to be up to date on, and I'm not reading it as I buy it. And Dandadan is really good. I'm very excited for season 2. They keep picking up BL a lot because those almost all sell well. Yes, people have been getting really into BL. Since like, so I have noticed, at least in online fan spaces, I don't know if this reflects in sales or if it's just like my algorithm changing, but I've noticed in fan spaces since like 2020 or like lockdowns, a lot more people seem to be into BL. And I don't know if that's a change in my algorithm or if it's just like because more people got into anime and manga during lockdown, there are more people also into BL. It could be related. We're just gonna go black. Purple, green, and black for maximum witchy Halloween vibes. So that's what we'll do. Not always. Okay, that's fair. 10% of people reading it for free will buy it. Oh, that's so low. That is so interesting. I wonder, so I always hear that number thrown around, not the number, but the like fact thrown around a lot that like people who pirate are also people who like are the fans that are like buying all the merch and shit. I wonder where that notion came from, if that's not actually true. You like doing 3-bead patterns and 2-bead patterns the most. 3-bead is so like easy, and I don't know, it just looks nicer. Something about 2-bead patterns, they just don't sit in my brain as nicely as 3-bead patterns. I guess the 3-bead patterns, like, it gives more of like a breakup between, like, for example, the purple beads, they're not like as close together on this pattern because there's 2 beads instead of 1 bead in between the purple. They might be buying the merch but not the books. Okay, I guess that makes sense. That makes sense. I know a lot of people will only buy their absolute favorites unless they're like actually super into manga collecting. Because I know I kind of started that way, but then I started seeing manga collections on YouTube and I was like, wait, watching people stack books on the shelf is kind of fire. I could do that in my own home. And then I did. And now it looks like I have a hoarding problem. I'm just a maximalist with lots of clutter in a tiny space, which makes it look worse than it is. So yaoi is in the fictional MLN sense or yaoi proper? The fictional? I don't know what you mean by proper, because I'm pretty sure yaoi specifically refers to like fiction, and there were people at one point in time that would refer to real life gay men as yaoi, which is kind of crazy. Like, that's a real life human being. What are you doing? Why are we being weird about real life human beings in love? I usually buy stuff digitally, then I get hardcovers of the ones I really like. That's fair. There's just something so satisfying about books lined up on a shelf to me in person. So that's cool. I didn't need a green bead. What am I doing? I'm losing the plot. 6, think it's because people had more time to scour the internet for the gay. Yeah, no, absolutely. Me being the perfect isekai demographic, since I do be an older dude and it's just older dudes waking up in an escapist world sometimes in reverse body. You want that happening to you IRL. What I really like, I think it's genre a little bit different in genre conventions, but in my brain it's the same thing. But my favorite kind of isekai is when a character gets transported into like their favorite piece of fiction. That shit's so fun. I've only seen 2 things like that, Scum Villain, Self-Saving System, and Zenshu, but that shit, I loved it. I loved it. It's just a main character being like, well, I dropped that. Okay, it's just a main character being very autistic about something that they like more often than not, and getting to interact with their favorite characters. And it's so silly. Prefer to have actual books than digital. Yeah, like, I read a lot of manga digitally, and I find, well, one thing that's interesting about me is I find myself actually, like, slowing down and taking in the art more when I have it physically versus when I'm reading it digitally. Like, when I read it digitally, oh, I'm zooming through. I'm zooming through it. You mean yaoi and yuri, referring to any fictional gay lesbian relationship removed from the historical BLGL genre, place on the shelf sense. Oh, okay. I was talking specifically about the genre. I was specifically talking about the genre. That's what our panel's about and everything. But people do, like, use that term just for, like, any fictional gay. It's a funny linguistic quirk I've noticed. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I have found myself in a lot of, like, fandom spaces again. And I kind of forgot that some of these terms are just used for anything and not, like, specific genres. So, my bad, Barmy. Nico, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Okay, now I know next time I do some sort of hand cam thing, this is not the angle to put it at. Y'all really are, like, Twitch's strongest soldiers out here. Okay, do I have 10? I do have 10. Recently learned a fun fact. The Japanese slang for gay man that's a bottom is neko, like a cat. I don't think that was common knowledge in Western fandom. That's so cursed. That does... Okay. That is so interesting. I didn't know that. I don't think that was common knowledge in Western fandom. If it was, it would have been very abused common knowledge. People would have been real goofy about that. And I don't remember seeing any goofy jokes about that. So I don't think it was something we knew. But also, it just makes me think of Loveless, where they had, like, cat features. Do you see where I'm going with this, Kel? I was like, wait, this is like a cat boy? Is this a translation wrong? That's so funny. He was very confused because of a blurb on a book you're editing had a translation of he is gay and a cat. That's so funny. He's gay and a cat. What about it? That's so wild. Got told that is slang for bottom. That's so interesting. Now that you bring that up, I think I've definitely, like, seen that sort of vibe in BL here and there. And that's so interesting. And, like, in a way, hear me out. In a way, the tsundere trope, low-key, cat vibe. Low-key, like, does that make sense? Does that make sense? Like, a lot of tsundere characters are very, like, they're kind of, like, standoffish, like cats, and, like, very particular, and they have cat vibes. As with the way the kanji looks, That's so funny. But I know, like, there are some, like, yaoi anime that I know of where, like, the bottom character was the bratty tsundere character. I could see him being catboyified real easy. Not the kitty. I distinctly made sure Denji was not in my room for stream tonight. He is not a responsible beader. He tries to help me with my beads all the time, and by help, he likes to attack the string. Okay, y'all said green and pink as well. So we'll do some green and pink. I think I'll use this, like, translucent. So I have these translucent beads that are, like, the color is translucent, but there's, like, white mixed in with it. I've really been liking those. I have a ton of pink, because there was just a lot of pink in the pack that I got. Okay, pink, green. What color should we do with that? I kind of want to do pink, green, and purple. Is pink, green, and purple the vibe, or is that too, like, 2009? Although, that could be a vibe. Got called Roman straight the other day. That's wild. What does that mean? What does that mean specifically? I don't think I've heard that before, but the context was always, like, really strange. Guys, is this giving being in middle school in 2009? Let me put up here so you can see the colors better. Straight but attracted to femboys too. Oh. That checks out. I could see that. Although I also have some friends that describe their sexuality like that for a while, and then later down the road they're like, oh, actually I am attracted to men. I just had some hang-ups about it that I needed to figure out. It's like, you know what? That makes sense. That makes so much sense. In ancient Rome, only bottoms are gay. That's wild. That's so interesting. There we go. See, with, like, the translucent beads, not every bead has, like, the exact vibe of hot pink that we're going for. This is what we got. The difference in camera quality is crazy. Sorry, I haven't streamed with my MacBook in a long-ass time. And I know the last time I did stream from my MacBook, I realized that the audio and visual quality were not as good as I thought they were, which is fine. We love upgrades. But I forgot. I forgot. This is so funny. And it is definitely a lighting issue, because this camera, the face camera, has the light head on, while over here, my window where it's dark outside is what's behind there. You're like, I guess that's crazy. Don't let them call you straight. Neko equals bottom and Tachi equals top. Where did the Sime-uke slang come from? Or is that, like, specifically a fandom thing? Because I know that was used a lot in, like, BL, but that might have just been, like, a fandom thing. Because now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever actually read that in a text. It's only fandom. That's so interesting. Where did they get that from? Why did they say that? That's so fascinating. I love learning. Linguistics is so, like, I love learning about linguistics and the evolution of language and why, like, people say certain things. Neko and Tachi are actually Japanese queers. Yeah, real people, yes. That's so interesting. I'm very glad that fandom did not know that, because I feel like they would have not been responsible with that information. But now I'm like, where did the slang that they use in fandom spaces in BL come from? Where did they get that from? Emerald, our next panel idea, the linguistics of BL fandom. I'm joking. I don't even know how to research that. Oh shit, I need to count. 9. Okay, I'm glad I counted now. I'm glad Emerald thought my joke was funny. It is interesting. I need someone who actually knows shit about linguistics and knows how to research it to put together a little like fandom linguistics research and either make a YouTube video about it or go to an anime convention that I go to and host a panel about it and make sure it's at a good time that I can go to the panel. There's nothing more sad than seeing a panel I would love to go to scheduled before 11 a.m. because I know my ass is most likely not gonna make it to that panel. Emerald and I, if we're not going to panels at 2 in the morning, we're yapping too much to actually go to bed. Seme means attack? Oh, that's so interesting. It's like placing a level of violence into sexuality. We stay yapping. No, we really do. I remember the first time we went to the Ren Fair, we met up at the hotel, and after dinner, when everyone was going to, so I will say we weren't being rude as hell because our friends have earplugs that they sleep in every night, so they couldn't hear us. We weren't being rude. Before what I say sounds rude, we were not being rude. We did stay up ungodly late, just talking. We were talking about like fandom things and like old anime and stuff. Yeah, this is my pink and green and purple bracelet for whoever recommended pink and green. Okay. What are we doing now? Seme being the fandom term for one who penetrates makes sense. Yeah, and so when I say this, I need y'all to know I do not mean it in a sex negative way. It sounds like it, it's just not my intent. But like, sex is body horror is like a concept that I think I've been unconsciously rocking with for a long ass time. And like, there are a lot of fandom things and a lot of like fiction media things that seem to support that. And it's just such an interesting like way to look at it, I guess. I don't know how to like eloquently describe that without sounding like a conservative that hates sex, and that's not really what I mean. I don't know how to like describe it. Wicked, is it wicked coded? Oh, I guess that is like Glenda and Alphaba. You're right. Love that. Not Mel being a prude. Emerald, you know that's not what I mean. But I fear it comes off that way for people who are not like in my brain with me. Okay. What do I want to do? Let us, where are my little letters? I just had them. Let us do some word bracelets. Where is my little shell? All right, guys, what do we want to say? Do we want to go cursed? How cursed do we want to go? Also, the top being an aggressor. Yeah, because on a lot of media, the top is like the more masculine, the more aggressive one. And I'm not saying all BL is like this, but they're also usually the ones that are like doing the assaults in more problematic BLs. But that kind of like ties into like rape fantasy and separating the fantasizer from their desires to make it less like shameful, because it's not something that they're wishing for, it's something that's happening to them kind of vibe. And it's really sad that that's how people have to rationalize like having sexual desires when they're brought up in cultures that really like shame women for having desires. It's like, it's definitely a byproduct of that for sure. Hex strap? We'll make a hex strap. We'll make a hex strap bracelet, sure. This is for henna. We can put it out at the BL panel because it's like loosely related. There's an H. I love, Hannah, that you find that so funny. We love this joke. Do I have any other letters in here that I can eat? The R, we might have to dig for A's because I feel like I use a lot of A's out of the little letters. I think I'm getting a bit tired. Got too many jump scares in the Elden Ring dungeon. Oh, rest in peace. Rest in peace, Overlord. If you do need to, like, chill out and go rest, please do so. Please do so. A lot of other countries, slang for top and bottom usually translate to give and receive. That makes sense. Because that's, like, literally, functionally what that means. So that makes sense. Cursed as fuck. We're gonna go so cursed with some of these, Emerald. I hope people like my humor. Because I feel like the vibe that I have for our panels is very silly goofy, but it's the kind of silly goofy that I find silly goofy. And I think part of why I find it so funny is like my specific experiences with like internet and fandom and my age demographic. And I recognize that part of why I find it funny is not gonna translate as well to like other people with different like experiences. But I think TikTok speech is funny. Like, we have a slide called animating Paygorn. And I think that's funny. But I also recognize a lot of people don't find TikTok speak funny because it's like people self-censoring themselves over the top, and we also hate censorship. But I think it's silly. I think unalive, like when they said unalive in the Minecraft movie, I thought that was really funny. I thought that was so silly. Like the script read like somebody very fluent in like internet culture, amongst, I guess, like people in their 20s and younger, which kind of was the vibe for that movie, and it worked. I thought it did. I thought it was really funny though, because I know my nephew, who is, well, I don't know if my nephew was like the target demographic, but he did not, I don't think he got a lot of those jokes because he doesn't use the internet, because he's 7. Alright, I got Hexstrap spelled out in tiny little letters. Did I make a JVIC bracelet? I have a JVIC bracelet for myself, but I was probably gonna make some arcane related bracelets. Maybe just a couple. I'm not even really cosplaying arcane. I have like a closet cosplay for Victor that I was thinking about wearing Thursday night at the convention, but I might get too hot and change my mind. But I'm gonna do a test. I need to do like a test of all of the cosplays I'm bringing, because some of them are ones I've never actually worn before, and in the sense that like I'm throwing them together out of my closet. Like I didn't make anything for them. They're just like an idea that I had that'd be fun, or they're cosplays I need to make sure still fit. Okay, Hexstrap is on the string. Welcome in, dear. How are you? I hope you're doing well. What panels are you doing? So, we are prepping for MomoCon, which is at the end of May. Well, it's like the second to last weekend of May. It's like Labor Day weekend or whatever. Animating Paygorn is funny as fuck. I'm so glad you think so, Zenith. I'm a little nervous because I know at Anime Weekend Atlanta, the panels that we went to that were like kind of related to the ones we're going to be doing, especially given the similar time slots, because our BL panel is at 1 a.m. The audience steered a little bit older, like late 20s, 30s kind of vibe. And I don't know if they're gonna find my stupid TikTok humor funny. Because those are like the same kind of people that get on Tumblr and complain about it. But dear, to answer your question, we have one panel about basically like the history of the yaoi genre and like looking at standout works throughout the decades. And then we have another one about Sato Sugu in Jujutsu Kaisen, but I'm mostly making BL bracelets tonight. I should make some Sato Sugu ones though, because... Oh, Hexstrap has to be purple and blue. Blue for the Hex magic. It's like a lighter blue, but I don't have a lighter blue. We'll do this. Only 18 days away. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's so crazy. I gotta lock the fuck in. I still have to finish my Hermes cosplay. The hat is mostly done, which is like the main thing I'm working on. The hat is mostly done. I need to make the wings to put on the hat. And I was gonna make a staff, but I don't think I'm gonna get it done in time for the Ren Fair. And I've also realized I don't want to carry it around at the Ren Fair, so I'm probably not gonna make it. But I still would like to make it for, what the fuck am I trying to say? For MomoCon, but we'll see. Actually, I don't have that many things to do. It's just making bracelets, finishing the Jujutsu Kaisen panel, and doing like a couple last minute like finishing up things on old cosplays that I'm wearing for the first time. I made a Narancia cosplay from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure back in 2019 to wear to MomoCon in 2020. I think it goes without saying that convention never happened, that cosplay never got finished, and I realized a couple weeks ago that it still fits. I just need to actually sew the straps in instead of safety pinning them. So that's like a little bit of probably hand sewing, because it's just tiny little places. I don't want to get the sewing machine out for that. That's kind of silly. Okay, Hannah, this is your hex strap. This is actually kind of fire. If I don't give this one away, I'm gonna hold on to it and give it to Hannah when I meet her in November. Were we still... Okay, Hannah, you don't have to answer this because I'm just out here, like, airing our business live on Twitch. But were we, as a group, still planning, like, a Universal trip? Because I know Kay talked about it. But then it seemed like it was one of those things where it's, like, a plan, but the dates are still to be determined based on, like, when the most people in the group could do it. I don't really know what the vibe is there. Speaking of TikTok, they are getting fined for like 560 millions in Europe. Why? I've not heard that. Is it for like data breaches, privacy stuff? I know Europe has slightly different laws on like data management. Is it related to that? Editing a sex comedy manga called A Suitable Fetish that is surprisingly cute and has a pretty healthy view of sex, and even included an ace lady who has a crush on her boss. That sounds like a good time. Plot is a girl wants to try all the positions in the Kama Sutra, so the jokes are like, oh no, I'm not flexible enough for this. Wait! I think I've heard of that. That sounds familiar. I have heard of that. That is so fun. Data and privacy stuff. That checks out. That definitely checks out. That's wild though. That's a lot of money. You're doing good. Just got back from driving practice with your dad. Had to give him the name of a song from a damn Sonic the Hedgehog game because he really liked the sound of the classical song I was playing. That's so funny. That is really funny. I don't know when, because we were trying to work with everyone's schedules. Okay, that's fair. Y'all know me, my schedule for the most part is pretty open. Aside from like anime conventions or family things. Although I will say, and you know this, if a hurricane is planned, I will cancel. I get crazy weather anxiety. Like, when I realized that when I'm gonna come see you later this year is also still technically during hurricane season, I was like, well, it's kind of the end of it, so the odds are low, but also crazy work. But I think you also get anxious about that as well, so it's a little bit, you get it. It'll be fine. Okay, work. we should be fine. Ace Girl is the sister of the main love interest. Oh, that's fun. That is really fun. I need to read more stories with Ace characters in it. I know a few. I know a handful that I've really enjoyed. Hurricane party? Okay, work. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's 24, 5, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. So it's technically 32 beads. We're gonna do... How am I gonna finish this pattern? The way I'm doing it, it lines up weird. Wait a minute. I didn't think this through. You know what? It's fine. We'll just double up. We'll double up in the back. Okay. Last year's hurricane season was pretty bad. Came further inland than usual. Yes. Last year, so I think I told you guys this before. But I was supposed to go to Disney World with some friends to do like the Halloween thing in September, and we had all of our tickets, and I was supposed to meet them in the town where my parents lived, and then we would carpool from there together. So I drove down there. This was a weekend a hurricane was planning to hit. This was the weekend that the hurricane that went all the way up into like North Carolina hit. So I knew the hurricane was coming. And at one point, it looked like it wasn't going to be that big of a deal. And my friend said, it's going to be fine. Stop worrying about it. And I was like, okay, work. So I drove down to my parents' house. And because I live a very unemployed lifestyle, because I work from home and can kind of just do whatever, whenever. Also, hex strap bracelet is done. Love that. Because it's the kind of life I live, I drove down that Wednesday morning, and my friends didn't come until Wednesday night, and I spent all of Wednesday with my mom watching the news and watching the hurricane get predicted to be worse and worse and worse and worse and worse, and I was like, ooh, I don't know about that. And I got so anxious about it that I called my friends when they were on the way down. They were not coming to that town specifically to pick me up. That's where they were stopping for the night anyway, because they're also from the same town. So our meetup point, they were on the way, and I was like, listen guys, I don't think I can do this. And they're like, I think they got mad at me for canceling, but they said it was okay, and we'll like work something out like monetarily for the tickets and everything. I felt really bad about that. But, and to be fair, they made it there safely, even though they were driving during like tornadoes and storms and shit. They made it there safely. They were safe while they were there, and they miraculously made it home safely. Very lucky. Very happy for them for that. But my mom was so stressed the whole time, and I don't know how it went for them. They haven't really said anything about it, but based on like the little bit I did hear from them, they had a terrible time. A terrible time. But like also they went to Disney World during a hurricane, so I don't really know what they expected. Also thank you for the hydrate overlord. But yeah, no, where my parents live specifically did not like, it wasn't not in the direct path. Like the eye didn't go over us or anything. I don't think it did. But it was on the, I'm not gonna dox them, but it was on the side of the hurricane that they're not usually on the side of. So like the wind hits different. And it was a lot worse than everyone thought it was going to be for their specific area. And that shit was crazy. We were lucky that it wasn't like too terrible, and nobody died. I don't think anyone died in that place. I don't know. We were fine, obviously. But I was stuck there. I mean, to be fair, part of why I was stuck there for as long as I was is my mom is very weird about me traveling by myself. she gets very like anxious about something happening, and it's like, well, if you're traveling by yourself, it's just not safe, and like people, like, you look like a woman and you're not very big, and you like, you don't really, like, you don't know self-defense, like something could happen so easily, and she's very worried about that. So she was like, you're gonna stay in town until we can escort you back up to your house, because the places you have to drive through, one, a lot of the roads were impassable for a while. So like I know one of the places my friends had to drive through, my dad was told by his job that that area was not something they could access for a couple weeks. So I don't really know how my friends made it through, but I'm glad they did. I'm making another Fudanshi bracelet, but I'm gonna go more non-binary vibes instead of boy vibes. And I have to find letters. Yapping and looking for letters is hard. But yeah, part of why I was stuck there for so long is my mom did not want me traveling by myself. And she really wanted me to wait until we knew the roads were safe, and that she and my dad could go with me. Okay, I have every letter but an A. I know I have A's. I should still have A's. Yeah, there we go. There's one. Unemployed lifestyle. Yeah, like, I'm employed now. I have a job. I make money. But it's still that unemployed lifestyle where I, like, sleep until 11 every day. I get up. I do my silly little tasks on the computer. I do my job. And also, because I have a laptop and my job is done from a hard drive, I can literally do it anywhere. Like, I don't have to take off of work to travel. But also, like, I don't put in very many hours every single day. So it's a lot easier to, like, go visit my parents whenever and then put in my few hours of work every day while I'm visiting, and then I don't feel like I've missed a whole lot. You know? Like, it's not an 8-hour work day. I guess it could be, but the way I break it up, it's not, because I can only work so many hours a week. So it's really just whatever I want to do with it. Alright, we got Fudanshi on the string. Your mom is like that too? It's, okay, I know she means well, but it is very frustrating as somebody who does not have a life partner and probably never will have one. So it's like, I don't have a built-in travel buddy like my mom does with my dad. So like, sometimes it's like, Mom, I am pushing 30. I will be 30 in 2 years. I think it's okay to do things by myself when that is the only option. Because I know I almost didn't get to take my nephew to see the Minecraft movie, because she was, like, being really weird about me traveling that weekend by myself. So she was like, if you're coming, your grandma has to come with you. So there was some almost didn't go vibes there. What do we want to do? I kind of want to put stars. I kind of want to do stars, but I have 2 yellow stars. My 2 green stars are not the same type of stars, so that it wouldn't really match. But we'll do the 2 yellow ones. I want them to match on each side. They were just like the meme of the plastic chair standing in the hurricane. I don't know how they did it, but it seemed like they did avoid a lot of, like, the worst of, like, the storms they were basically driving through. I'm very glad my friends made it through okay. But my mom was stressed, and it made me stressed and anxious about it. My weather anxiety got so fucking bad this last hurricane season, and so now I'm sitting here like, wow, hope that doesn't happen again. But it is predicted to get worse because, you know, climate change. So, rest in peace to all of us for that, I guess. W mom. Yeah, I know my mom means well, and more often than not, like, it is better to be safe and cautious and, like, maybe a little bit over the top. It's just a little annoying sometimes. But I am still alive and have never been kidnapped, so, like, I guess it's worked out for us so far. When I was in college, went to school in Savannah, and there were some wildfires in the state, my mom called me and said, all of Georgia is on fire, are you okay? I think I remember that. You do not have to dox like what year you were there or anything, but if it's what I'm thinking of, I was also in college at the time, and like where I lived wasn't too, I think this is kind of public information already. Where I lived at the time wasn't like too terribly far from Savannah. So I don't know if you saw like smoke in the sky and all that, but we definitely did. You're 10 years older? Okay, so we're definitely not at the same time. Definitely not at the same time, but that happened again. And there was a lot of like smoke in the air, and it's like the fires aren't even near here. Why are we having so much smoke? It was wild. How are the bracelets going? They're going so well. We've made quite a few, actually. We've made quite a few. What colors am I doing? We're gonna do, I don't want to do blues. I don't want to do a lot of blues, at least. Guys, quick, what are some non-binary colors? If we're doing very stereotypical here, but if like pink and purple is for the girls and like blue is for the boys, what's non-binary? 2005 to 2009 college. Okay, I did not even live in Georgia at that point, so we're talking about two different wildfires then. That's so wild though. We both had wildfires in college. Such a huge mood. That's why I'm doing driving practice. I'm still nervous driving on the interstate and in cities by myself, so I'm wanting to practice and also show to my parents that I can, so that I can move to another state with less of a fuss. Oh, good luck with that. Good luck with that. I hope it goes well. I will say, the first time I really did a lot of interstate driving was, I had to go to Atlanta for an event, and it was a day trip, and my dad let me drive up there, and he was like my supervisor to see if I can handle driving on the interstate and also driving in Atlanta traffic, and it was raining by the time we got to Atlanta. Like, it was fine. It was stressful, but it was fine, and my dad was like, if you could do this, you're fine. Like, you can kind of drive anywhere. This is the purple, yellow, white, and black. All right, we could do the non-binary flag, honestly. We could do that. Most of those colors are in one of my trays, except the yellow. Also, Deer, thank you for the, or not Deer, Emerald, thank you for the stretch. Deer was getting their shooting stars. Green and purple? You think green and purple is non-binary? Okay, we got green and purple, and then just the non-binary flag colors. We have some cooking to do. Hannah, are we popping off? Are we popping off with making a non-binary bracelet? We are, love that. Gray and purple. Gray and purple is very non-binary to Emerald. I don't have like a straight up pink and white one. I have a strawberry one that's like the same kind of vibe. I'll hold it here. It's like the same kind of vibe, but it's more like pink and green and clear. We could do a pink and white one after this. Okay. I think I am just gonna do non-binary flag, maybe? I mean, those colors are pretty solid. I don't actually need to start with purple. Fuck. Okay. It's, not me looking at my own flag in the background for reference. You think I should know this. It's literally in my blood. The Astarian t-shirt. Yeah, we got the Astarian shirt on today. I've been trying to like dress up more, like in, like, not just wear graphic t-shirts all the time. Cause I used to actually wear clothes. I used to actually wear clothes. But then for the past few years, my wardrobe has just become like leggings or just something super comfortable and like a graphic t-shirt, and it's like that can be a vibe sometimes for sure, but I've been trying to make more of an effort to actually wear the clothes in my closet and not just the clothes in my drawer that don't go on hangers. Actually, okay, I think I can combine all of our ideas here. So, right, we got the non-binary flag, right? From both sides, and then I think we're gonna go into some like gray, purple, green kind of vibe. But I am gonna do our little clear triangle. You can't really see that. Our clear triangle beads. Oh, where the hell did that go? There we go. You're 6'6", right? And born in about the end of the 80s. I still have to be single. Not y'all trying to find love in a Twitch chat. Graphic t-shirts aren't clothes now. I laughed out loud at that. That's not exactly what I meant, but I used to have more variety in the things that I wear, I guess is a better thing to say. Although Emerald, I gotta show you. I have an outfit that I put on sometimes, and it's what I dub my Emerald cosplay. But you know my Evangelion t-shirt that I wear sometimes? It's that with some like pastel lavender shorts, because my mom got me like a bunch of shorts for Christmas. It's some pastel lavender shorts that are like perfect emerald color with my Ava shirt, and now my Crocs. It's like peak Emerald chilling at an anime convention vibes. I literally say to myself when I put it on, this is my Emerald cosplay. You're screaming. I love that. I love that for you. Okay. We'll do a little bit of translucent green. Translucent green is a vibe. You're 5'6", you're the same height. You'll find your love one day, Overlord. You're tall 6'6" guy. You'll be able to cosplay me at Momo. I did think about bringing it to MomoCon. I was like, I could just like wear this and just walk out and be like, hey, Emerald. But now I've told you about it already. Now I have to do it. We'll see. I'll have to make sure it's clean for that week so I can pack it. I still haven't seen Evangelion. I hear about it so much. It is really good, and it is one of those like flagship animes. I think. Is it still? I don't know. I'm kind of old. I'm kind of old. I know in like the 2000s and the 2010s it was like something that people considered like a flagship anime. Like it's one like everyone has to see was the vibe. Was the vibe that people had for real. It is on Netflix, which is good because it's a lot more accessible, because before they put it on Netflix in 2019, you could not legally watch it anywhere unless you were lucky enough to have purchased the VHS or DVDs way back when. They were very inaccessible for the longest time. Okay. How many beads do I have on this thing? $26. Okay. This is what we got so far. Like, we went into a nice little green, purple, gray situation. Although I think I want some darker gray. Darker gray is like a smaller bead though. That's okay. A little variety in size never hurt anybody. Now we're up to 28 beads. I'm almost out of string. I'm almost out of string on this. I cut this one a little short. That's fine. Has some amazing shot composition. Yes, like Evangelion was one of those animes that popularized anime outside of Japan. And like I think I've yapped about this on stream before, but it was also one of those animes. It was that and Serial Experiments Lain I see credited a lot for being very revolutionary in terms of like TV anime expanding to explore original stories not based off of manga, and also expanding time slots for like animes intended for an older, mature audience. Because before then that wasn't really like a thing, right? So that was kind of like, that was something we have Evangelion to thank for. And it also changed up a lot of like the mecha genre. Okay, that's comfortable around my wrist. It changed it, like, it was a, I don't know if I'm using the right word, but it was kind of like a subversion to the mech genre, like the big robot genre. And a lot of like robot anime after Evangelion was inspired or draws on Evangelion. So like, if you watch a lot of mecha and you have not seen Eva, you'll watch Eva and be like, oh wow, this is where it's all from. Because a lot, like, it's not really super revolutionary anymore because like everything's kind of copied its vibe. This is our non-binary, I say this lovingly, our non-binary BL Freak bracelet. I don't know how I feel about it. Like, it's kind of cute. It's not as colorful as I wanted, but it's also, like, it's nice. Let me go to this so we can see it better. What do we think, guys? Is bead design our passion? You haven't seen Death Note? I liked Death Note. I don't know if I know it was one of the classics that everybody had seen, but I also think it's because it was one of the ones that was really fucking accessible. It's a deconstruction. Thank you, Kel. You knew what I was trying to say. Subversion is definitely not the correct word. Yes, a deconstruction. A deconstruction of the mecha genre. But back to Death Note. It was one of the ones that aired on Adult Swim, I think Toonami. And a lot of the anime that came out on Toonami in like the mid-2000s and later, like everybody saw those because it was, again, really accessible. But also, I've noticed a lot of people who were into anime, especially in the later 2000s, were also more like alternative, and Death Note definitely matches that vibe. As a non-anime watcher, I really liked Evangelion. Evangelion was really good. It's one of my favorites, for sure. Attack on Titan was my first anime I've seen. That's so interesting. That's so interesting. I can't imagine getting it, like, I probably would have vibed with it if it was my first anime and also gotten more into anime, but it's kind of wild having Attack on Titan be your first anime. It's kind of a lot sometimes. I know about the sus Shinji scene in the movie, though. That scene is wild. Like, what do you mean somebody storyboarded it? Scratch that. Somebody thought of it, and they were like, yeah, let's write that down. And then they storyboarded it. And then a team of people animated it. And they were like, let's start our movie with this. Wild. Absolutely wild, I'm telling you. How many have you made so far? Over 20. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many have we made tonight is what I'm counting now. 5. Is that all have I only made 5 tonight? No. We made our dinosaur one. That's 6. That's 6 for sure. I will say I'm a lot faster at making them. We also made the penis one, so that's 7. I'm a lot faster at making them when I'm not yapping on stream. I think we've made 7 so far in the past almost 3 hours. We have been talking a lot though, and sidetracking to like show them off. I have quite a few. This is our stack so far. I don't know if you were in here when I said that if I fill this bag up, it's somewhere between 80 and 90. So, that's the volume we're working with. Subversion is going in the opposite direction. Deconstruction is taking apart the pieces. Yes, yes. Absolutely. I get my words jumbled a lot. Death Note is also, if you see it when you're 13, might be one of the first animes doing a deep dive into morality for them. Yeah, no, it definitely was for me. They're just like the pieces of media, like really going into like that, going into it like that. I liked it. I still like it. It's still a series I really vibe with. I haven't watched it or like read it super recently, but I am on the lookout of finishing. I have the first 8 volumes. Actually, I have almost every volume of Death Note. 9, 10, and 11 are currently on their way to me. I found some used copies online that I ordered. I just need to find the last one. I'm sure I could get it pretty easy. What I initially saw to get, they canceled my orders, so it's like, well, I guess I no longer have the whole series. But I think once I, like, have them all, I might reread it just for the vibes. I don't know, I have a lot of things I still need to, like, tackle off of my bookshelf. It's your favorite femboy? Welcome in, Blue. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Guys, would you crucify me if I made Uke Seme bracelets? Is that too, like, 2007? People don't really say that anymore. People don't really say that anymore, but I think it'd be funny. Anime getting dubbed and brought to the US still has me wonder how Speed Racer and also Astro Boy even got greenlit for dubbing. Doesn't help that info online isn't neatly put into one place. I'm pretty sure Astro Boy got brought over to the US in the 60s. I don't know who brought it up or how it, like, got here, but I know it was, like, one of the first. And it came over a lot earlier than you'd think. So, like, it is a classic and will remain one, but, like, as other manga dig into basically ethical discussions, it won't seem as impressive to someone revisiting it as an adult. That is so fair. That is so fair. It's also, one thing I've noticed about anime is a lot of anime and manga that do get popular, especially in the US, are series that were intended for teenagers. So it's like, sometimes you just have to manage your expectations. Like, it's deep for a certain demographic, a certain age level. It's not going to be deep to a 30-year-old, but you should have, like, progressed past that. Does that make sense? Or do I just sound like elitist? Because that is definitely not my intention. Y'all, if I ever start sounding like elitist or pretentious about anime and manga, please call me the fuck out. Call me out. Roast me for it. I deserve it. Don't let me be out here saying crazy shit and being a weirdo. Okay. There are no S's here. Oh, I'm so behind on chat. I have the most cursed, oh, where did it go? Sometimes when I scroll up in OBS, it just goes back down. Okay. I have the most cursed anime. The super evangelical church I grew up in used to have VHS tapes in its library of an anime called Superbook that was quite literally an isekai about some random kids getting pulled into Bible stories, and I loved it as a really little kid. I've heard of stuff like that. I think that is really funny. And honestly, like, Bible stories would be a really interesting, like, universe to be isekai'd into, because it's like, that's some wild, like, historical type of setting for real. Like, the craziest shit happens. I know I have a red S in here because I saw it when I was putting them in. Here we go. I'm getting my letters spelled out. Getting my words. Okay. Yeah, what else can we work with in here? Do I have a U in this? Let me look for a U. You like it, but reading it as an adult, there are things it ignores because it wasn't to stay in the realm of shonen rather than seinen. Yeah. Like, they have to meet a certain demographic where they're at. And to expect more from something to expect more from something that was never intended to be more is kind of ridiculous. Sounds familiar. I used to watch those as well. It was actually done by Hanna-Barbera. That's wild. Monster talks about a lot of the same topics, but is aimed at adults, so it can get more complicated than Death Note. I've heard so many good things about Monster, but I've never read it. I probably would like it a lot, honestly. People are still saying Uke and Seme to my detriment because I have to look it up every time. I'm sorry, Barmy. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I'm apologizing, because I definitely do not use these words. Like, I feel so cringe saying them. So, I'm so sorry. That's all I have to say about that. I'm so happy right now. I applied to help with the German translation of a game and they accepted me. That's so exciting, Blue! That is really cool. We love to see that. That is so fun. Have you ever seen Hoseki no Kuni, Land of the Illustrious? I watched the first season when it came out. There might only be one season. I don't know. It did look really, really good. I want to read it because I know the anime doesn't cover everything. But I loved it. It was like pitched to me as anime version of Steven Universe because they're like rock people. But it's so cool. And I love Land of the Illustrious cosplayers. So talented. They'll do like cellophane on their wigs or like things to make their wigs look like the shiny rock textures in the show. Stunning. I love cosplayers so much. You got into Attack on Titan since your friend talked about it a lot in middle school and started there when you tried out anime and started liking it, and then you started Demon Slayer and Erased. Oh, Erased is so good. I love the Erased mention. I love that anime so much and I never see people talk about it. But it's genuinely, like, it's so good. Today you got volume 6 of My Dress Up Darling and volume 8 of Chainsaw Man. Ooh, work, love that. Is My Dress Up Darling good? I was like low-key interested in watching it when the anime came out. And then people had like discourse about it. And I was like, well, yeah, don't blackface even for Gyaru. But I also understand there's slightly different, like, cosplay in Japan is more so, like, it's just different. It's got a different culture. So they don't really, like, have those same racism discussions. So, like, I don't know. Like, it doesn't make it, like, a okay thing to do, but people are weird about that. And then I saw, like, a clip of one of the episodes, and it was just the secondhand embarrassment I got from the little romance subplot of this clip was so strong. And I was like, I don't know if I want to watch this. But also, it does look cute. We love animes. We love cosplayers. Isekai'd into the sacking of Jerusalem by the Persians. Probably got something wrong. It's been years. That's crazy. Some US megachurches have Jesus animes. It do be wild out there. Who remembers when anime like Pikachu was made from the devil and spawn of Satan? I do not understand why Pokemon of all things got like satanic panicked. Like, that's just... I guess I haven't delved in deep enough to really say, like, see where their issues were. But it's so wild to me. Like, Pokemon? Really? That's your issue? Okay. Okay, sure. Oh, it is really fucking raining outside. I have my windows open for the nice, cool vibes. I might need to close them. So, like, with Death Note, an example of them keeping things in the realm of teen rather than getting complex and more adult. Is it right or wrong to kill bad people discussion stays focused on killing as an act, but it never digs into, like, is killing criminals and who are criminals, which populations are overrepresented in prison. Yeah. No, you're so right. You're so right. Like, it focuses more on the lens of he's becoming a killer and he's no... Maybe I might be adding this in, but the vibe was very much like, he is not above the law and he's also killing people, so like, they literally say, like, once you kill all the bad people, we're still left with, like, you as a bad person. I'm pretty sure Ryuk Deta says that to him. Correct me if I'm wrong, it's been well over a decade, but I'm pretty sure he says something to that effect. I will add it to my resume. Even if I apply for a 9-to-5 job, I would still add the line, helped with the German localization and translation of the game. Hey, if you like it, you could get involved in more, like, localization and translation stuff. Alright, I found letters to spell uke and seme. This is so gross and cursed. It's only gross and cursed because it reminds me of a time of fandom that is honestly a little embarrassing. It also might just be internalized, like, cultural biases about sexuality. Could be that, because Americans are really fucking weird about, sexuality. Most of y'all here probably know that already. Anime titles be like, my little sister can't be this cute. Ugh. That anime, wild. I've not actually seen it, so I don't really know what I'm talking about, but I've heard a lot of stuff about it. Really like the anime outside of the fan service. The romance is so cute, and the cosplaying. Okay, I might give it a shot. I might give it a shot. Maybe it's just because it was generally magic adjacent. Oh, they were seeing Pokemon as magic related, like witchcraft type vibes. I guess. I never put that together, actually. Your church had a whole sermon about Pokemon. It literally could never be that deep and serious. Like, guys. A lot of Americans still struggle to read and understand the Bible. I think we have bigger issues here than, Pokemon. What are we doing? Like, if this is gonna be something you base your religion on, maybe focus on that instead of, like, what other people are doing. That's wild. Okay, I gotta figure out what colors I'm doing. Elle says Kira's just a murderer, and he absolutely is. Ate him the fuck up with that. I'm pretty sure Ayuk did, like, question his logic, though, and his god complex a little bit, but it was never, like, I think it was brought up, like, once. It wasn't something they really focused on. Everything got satanic panicked in the 90s. Pokemon, Harry Potter, gargoyles. Yeah, so that was... I was born in 1997, so I didn't really see a lot of that, but also my parents were fucking normal. My parents were normal people. So they didn't, like... They didn't really, like, get swept up in satanic panic. Because I know satanic panic also, like, went a little bit past that. Because I knew kids younger than me that were not allowed to, like, read Harry Potter because it was witchcraft. And it's like, first of all, they just made that the fuck up. What do you mean? That was made up. This is make-believe. It is never that serious. Well, it is that serious, but not like this. There were other issues. My mom was big into the satanic panic, and I wasn't allowed to watch fucking You weren't allowed to watch Dragon Tales? Because the kids say an incantation to summon the dragons, and she was afraid to get me into witchcraft. That's crazy. That's so sad. Dragon Tales was so good. I haven't seen it since I was, like, I don't know, 5. But I loved Dragon Tales as a kid. And my mom is a really big proponent and, like, reading is important. So anything that promoted reading, she was down for. It's what I'm hoping for, is to open the door for me to join more projects like that. Oh, it absolutely should. It definitely should, because it's, 1, it gives you, like, experience and that sort of thing. And 2, you also might meet people that, basically, like, network and get to know more people that, like, do projects like this. So it'd be easier to, like, find out about opportunities. And I don't know, like, I don't really know how networking works, but that sounds like what it works like. Mine was, since it stands for Pocket Monster, it was demons. Oh, right, because they were monsters. I've heard that before, actually. My parents didn't really care about Pokemon. My cousins were really into it. And so we would, like, play with the cards at their house. But we never really watched it because it came on really early and nobody was getting up that early in my household. Quite frankly, no one was getting up. And turning on the TV before 8 a.m., illegal. Like, what do you mean? You gotta watch Gargoyles? We should. I don't know why I said we, like this is something we're gonna do on stream. Wasn't allowed to watch Gargoyles, but I do mean to watch it one of these years. Oh, yeah. You should. I won't watch over 1,000 episodes of One Piece. Also me watches Pokemon, which has more episodes than One Piece. I mean, I think with One Piece, people talk about it, like, one of its big talking points is that it is one of the longest things out there. It's not the longest thing, but it's pretty fucking long. And, because that's the conversation that leads it, if you're not, like, into One Piece, it makes it intimidating. So, I understand. Okay. We're going for, like, a teal and a dark yellow vibe, because those are the letters that we have for this bracelet. One thing that always was stupid to me was that saying, if you kill a killer, then the number of killers in the world stays the same. That's why you don't stop at 1. Zenith, have you ever seen the TV show Dexter? Have you ever seen that show? Because that's kind of like the whole vibe, is Dexter was a serial killer, groomed to kill other serial killers. But it wasn't like a Death Note vibe. He didn't have a god complex about it. It was more like, it was a thing he was... His... I'm just gonna shut up before I spoil the plot. Gargoyle slaps. I've heard good things about it. Used to get up super early to watch Pokemon when they used to do their episodes at 6:30 in the morning. Yeah, no, I remember there was a show, I don't even remember what show it was, but I really, really wanted to watch it. And I tried to get up early enough to see it, but I got the times mixed up. And by the time I got up and got the TV on, it was ending, and I never tried again. I've never been like an early bird or whatever. That's never been my vibe. So when the one time that I fucked it up and it didn't work, I was so mad. And I never tried again. Okay, what if we go for like a chill... This bracelet, I fear, is giving beachy vibes with my color palette. You can't even see it. Okay, wait. Let me get some more blues on. Got a little beachy vibes. Hold it up here. I kind of like it though. I'm gonna, well, no, I don't want to flip it. I'm not gonna do a straight up pattern because of how I have my beads laid out. Okay. What if we just actually, what if we just like alternate between 2 colors? We'll do that. I fucking hate the Punisher. The Punisher in Marvel Rivals does way too much damage to me, and it hurts my feelings and my health bar. Pokemon aired in 1997 while One Piece aired first in 1999. Yes, but the manga for One Piece started, I think, in 1997 as well. Yeah, One Piece started in 1997. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, so 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 beads on this bad boy. About to be 23. Thinking about watching it, sounds based. Love that. It's not about how many episodes it has. That's fair. Thinking about it is if you really do enjoy the anime or not. Yeah, no, like, One Piece is just so intimidating because everyone only talks about how long it is. And it just makes it intimidating and scary to start. Whereas Pokemon, no one really talks about how long Pokemon is. So you may not realize the kind of journey you have ahead of you. 5, 27, okay. 28, 29, 30. We have our Uke bracelet. Let me tie it up before I say it's done. Fun fact, in the books Dexter is based off, he's possessed by a demon, literally. That's wild! I forgot it was based off a book series. I remember when I finished the Dexter show, Deb, his sister, was my favorite character. I really liked her. No spoilers, I was disappointed with the ending. Very disappointed with the ending. Where the fuck did I found him. So, I looked it up. And I was like, oh, it's based off of the book series. I wonder if it's different. Never did read the books, though. Another bracelet. Done. Let me hold it up here. It looks better on my face camera. Okay. What kind of colors are we going for now? You love the Uke one? Thank you, Emerald. The Sime one, I think, should have different vibes, but, like, kind of match. So we'll do, I need to leave this out so I can, like, see my pattern. So it's the same kind of pattern. Usually do like 30 beats per. Yeah, I try to as well. Sometimes though, I just go based off a vibe. Whatever I need to finish my pattern. I hate just peeking around a corner and hearing judge, jury, executioner. You see, I like it because it reminds me of the Life series and Jimmy's Frog, Judge Judy, and Executioner. And I don't know how I've never really like heard the phrase judge, jury, and executioner. So I was like, I just never really heard it before, so I associated it specifically with the Life series. Okay. So if I went teal and gold with Uke, what color should I go with Sime? I'm open to suggestions. You guys can kind of see most of the colors I have. Kind of reminds me of loom bands. I love loom bands. I have only done them like once. They were really cool. Oh, also thank you for the hydrate, Overlord. There's a really strong continuity, so it's easier to jump in and out of Pokemon. Yeah, because it's like, not episodic, but each season is something very different. Also, thank you for the posture check. I really needed that. May I steal that one from you? Yeah, of course, of course. Maybe purple and silver? Okay. Yeah, we could do that. I think I have enough of the lighter grays for a purple and silver vibe. Okay. Yeah, I should have enough. Maybe. We'll figure it out. Okay, and then black for our little like offset. And then we go into our pattern, I think. Because the letters are like actually a light red and black. But I don't want to do red beads because that's just a little too loud. Everyone in my class had a fucking loom band kit and kept making bracelets. That's so fun. I had only done them, like, I'd seen them at, like, birthday parties or whatever. But the ones that I have, I don't have a kit, but I did make some at summer camp once. That was really fun. I actually made... I went to summer camp one year, and my now sister-in-law was actually there, and we made... She's the one who, like, got me obsessed with Black Butler. And I made her, like, a blue and black one to be her CL Phantom Hive bracelet, and then I had, like, a matching white and black one? I don't know. I feel like I had something matching, but I don't know. It was really funny. Okay, we have 20. So this is gonna have 31, so I can have my pattern be the same. The boxes look similar too? Wait. It's a fucking blast from the past. Truly. They got banned where you were? Oh, why? 20, 22, 24, 26. This will be our 28. And then our 29. Then we have a little light gray in the middle. Is that right? Yeah, that feels right. Swear to God, every school just bans anything that gets popular and brings kids joy for no reason. Yeah, I think silly bands got banned at my school. But, like, kids were having, like, dead-ass, like, we had black markets going on for those things. No fun zone. Truly. I know they, like, say it's to keep them from getting distracted so they can focus on school, but like, I never noticed them being that big of a deal. We have our Seme-uke ones. I'm holding them to where you can't even see the letters. I think I spelled it right. I know uke is spelled right. This shit's only 3 letters. I think it's spelled right. I'll hold it up so Emerald can do a spell check for me. Wait. There we go. I think that's spelled right. Loom bands for $5 behind the assembly hall. Not you guys selling them. Oh, I thought I heard my phone ringing. I could not find this bitch. And it wasn't even ringing. I'm just hallucinating. Let me go check and make sure I'm not actually getting rain through my window. Because I have stuff by my window I don't want getting wet. Let me just go check that real quick. Okay, we're good. The wind's not blowing into my window. My window seal, dry. So we're gonna keep that open. I don't know if that's smart of me, but it does cool my room off. I don't know what it is. I don't think my mic picked that up, but we just got the loudest thunder as soon as I sat down. Okay. Kids will make black markets for literally anything. It was the reason Pokemon cards got banned. It was the reason Silly Bands got banned. It was the reason my friends and I very specifically got those McDonald's little Neopets plushies banned, because we made a thriving economy out of trading and occasionally ripping each other off. Unbelievable. It's like they don't want us to learn about the economy. Truly. Do you guys... Okay. I don't think I have one anymore. Do you guys remember... This was... So, when it swept through my schools, this was when I was in 5th grade. So, it would have been... Like, really late 2000s? No. I'm lying to you guys. It was more like mid-2000s, I think. How old are people in 5th grade? Mid to late 2000s. But people, it was like these plastic cords. It was these plastic cords, right? That were like flat. And they came in a bunch of different colors. And people would like not really braid them, but like kind of like braid them into these keychains that were basically just like a long piece that was a tiny little square shape. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what they're called. My school was obsessed with those in 5th grade. We would have people like selling. They would sell string. But part of the buying string was they would also start it for you, because starting one was a little bit more difficult than actually like making it. And so like one kid would be like, yeah, I'll start one for you and give you a bit of string for $1. Like I distinctly remember that. You remember those? They were all over the place. Yes, I can, for the life of me. I never learned what they were called. I don't know what they were called. I had a purple and black one that I had started. Because I know I got my parents to buy me, like, some of those cords so I could make some, and they were fun. And I had a purple and black one that I started and did not get very far into, and it's just been, like, randomly sitting in my junk drawers for a long time. I might have thrown it away already at this point. I have no clue. I had, like, one friend, Max, at school, so I don't remember because I wasn't there. Rest in peace, Barmy. Rest in peace. Okay. This is our vibe. I feel like no, we're kind of leaning heavy in like blue. I'm gonna make something red. I also have a lot of red beads. What goes good with red? Red is not a color that I like necessarily really enjoy, like on its own. I don't cook with it a lot, and when I do, I cook with it in a emo way, so I only put black with it. What's supposed to look good with red? Orange? We could put some orange with it. Ooh, we could do like some transparent orange. Yeah. Oh, what am I looking for? Oh shit, sorry. I don't know if my mic made a horrible noise when I did that. We could have a flame vibe. Let me cook here. Let me cook. Like a flame vibe? I like that. Maybe orange, yellow, red. Yes, yeah, we're cooking. We're cooking. I'm not putting any letters on this one. This is just gonna be like a general one to be handed out or placed with themes. Sure. I will say, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna stream. We might make it all the way to 4 hours. My back's starting to hurt with the way I'm sitting, I think. But I will say, if you guys have like any other bracelet suggestions, y'all can drop them in the Discord and I will make them and I will send pictures of them in the Discord. Also, thank you for the posture check. But I will definitely, like, if we have suggestions after stream's over, please send them my way, because I got a bunch of bracelets to make. I got a lot of ideas I need to cook. I only cook very emo-like. The more I listen, the more based you become. Rest in peace. Sometimes I feel like that vibe is pretty obvious, but then I realized to say I've grown out of it isn't really accurate, but it's more so I am no longer as concerned with how people perceive me, so I don't always carry the same vibe to the party. Purple and black or gray? Yeah, we could do one of those. A purple, black, and gray moment. I have a lot of, I need to buy some more black beads soon, because I use those a lot. I did recently buy a pack of purple for this convention, because I know I'm going to need purple for Sato Sugu bracelets. I'll probably make those tomorrow when I play games with the homies. Oh, actually, Hannah, are you still here? It's okay if you're not, or if you're like lurking, but if you're still here and you want to answer, did we ever ask Raging if we're like actually starting our Baldur's Gate run tomorrow? Because I know you said something about it, but I don't know if anyone's told him. Okay, we got our 30 bracelets, our fire vibes. You know what this is giving? Actually, it's giving Rengoku a little bit. I think if we had put some more yellow in there, it would have been more Rengoku, but also the orange is very Rengoku. I'm so sad that I have my, like, I'm not going to change the settings, because then you guys would hear, like, my fan, my ceiling fan, and that's a terrible noise. At least it is, like, when my camera picks it up. But I'm kind of sad you guys are missing this, like, wonderful thunderstorm ASMR I've got going on. Well, wait. I could? I turned the noise suppression off. Do you guys... I don't think you can hear it, though, because it's still really low. Alright, noise suppression's going back on. I don't even know, like, my fan's on. There's so many noises in my room. I don't even know if you could actually hear the rain. Set your heart ablaze. We love Rengoku. Truly, he was a solid man. A real solid man. No one does it like Rengoku does it. That's for damn sure. Okay. I feel like when I said that just now, I sounded very southern. I used to be really insecure about, like, having an accent. But I have made a lot more friends more recently that have accents that are different from mine, but are still, like, southern accents. And they're people that I, like, spend a lot of time with and, like, absolutely adore. So I think I've picked up on it a little bit. Okay, we're gonna do purple, light gray, and black. It's giving asexual, but we love that. That might have been the intention when you suggested those colors. Okay. Did that fall on my chair? I don't know where that bead went. I'm gonna have so many beads to pick up out of the floor after stream. We had a pretty crazy thunderstorm yesterday. Saw some pretty intense lightning driving home. Oh, nice. I think lightning is so pretty when it's not destroying something close to you, I guess. It also stormed here last night as well. I don't think it was supposed, my grandma thought it was supposed to get crazy, but when I looked on the radar, it was everywhere around us and not actually here. But sometimes when you're watching the news, that distinction is not made very clear. So she was expecting the worst. Luckily, that did not happen. So it was fine. But I'm kind of surprised it's like storming again today too. But I also don't keep up with the weather, so that might be why I'm surprised. Like, I'm pretty sure I only check the weather if I like beyond the current like temperature when I'm like having something planned. Like if I'm traveling or like I check the weather for conventions, because sometimes if I don't know what costumes to wear, the weather helps me decide. But it's also just like one of those things that you can do before an event you're excited about that feels like you're preparing for the event when all you're doing is just looking up the weather for the weekend. And we love that. It can be so fun and nice to hear different accents, but is it scary when you go somewhere and they all have such fancy sounding accents? I don't know why. Like, I've always lived in like the southeast region of the US, so it's not like I've lived anywhere where my accent was different. But I was always really insecure about it. I guess I just didn't like the way it sounded. I don't really know why I was weird about it as a kid. It's been a good growth to not be weird about it anymore, but now that I'm not weird about it, I hear it slipping in more often than not. But I do think it's really funny. I watch a lot of British YouTubers, and I've had ever since I was 15 years old. And one of my friends who did not know where I was from because we met online, they were like, "Where are you from? Because you speak so strange sometimes," especially in my YouTube videos when I'm like speaking more formal. They're like, "You sound like you have a British cadence, but you don't have a British accent." And it's like, this is so fascinating. What do you mean a British cadence? I think I just watched too much Dan and Phil. That's what it is. Oh, I'm at 10. All right, sick. Our asexual bracelet. I watch too much Dan and Phil. I watch too much Hermitcraft. Sometimes I find myself pronouncing things the way like Mumbo Jumbo does. Like whenever I say it's really quite simple, sometimes I like say it in the cadence that he has because it's funny to me, because it's like a vocal stem almost. Okay. I'll try to make some more. I think I'm gonna go just more. Actually, what colors do I want to do? I love my own, but I feel like my accent's going to change if the accents are so different or something. What I've noticed is sometimes, like, instead of just, your accent will change depending on, like, I guess, what you hear a lot. But it's less so that it changes into that and more that, like, it morphs, like, what you already have into what you're surrounded by a lot. I don't know if you've noticed people who are, like, who have lived a long time in one place and then lived a long time in another place. Their accent, it'll either be like they pronounce certain words a specific way, or it's like a mesh of the two accents of the places they've lived. I grew up in Boston and I don't have an accent, but I do sometimes say Bostonisms. Like I use wicker as a substitute for very. Oh, wicked. Wicked awesome or wicked bad. Okay. I was like, what do you mean wicker? I've never heard that in my life, but I've never been to Boston. So. I do think it's really cool how different areas have like very specific like slang or like things that they say, where it's like it's all the same language, but it's used differently. Had a wonderful 2-hour Elden Ring, finished Ronnie's quest, beat one main boss, and slain 5 smaller dungeon bosses. Love that for you. That is very slay. Guys, did you know middle schoolers today, if you say I love that for you or something to that effect a lot, they find that really annoying. At my brother's wedding, my cousin, like, that's just, like, that's what I say. That's how I talk, especially when I don't really have anything to add, but I should be supportive, because my cousin was showing me this game he was working on. And he's, like, I don't know, 13, 14. I don't know how old this kid is, but he's middle school. And, like, after a couple of days of me saying that a lot, he's like, you should stop saying that. That's really cringe. It's like, buddy, I'm 27. What do you want from me? I just thought it was really funny. Because I didn't realize how often I said it until he pointed it out. And I'm like, oh, shit. I do say that all of the time. All of the time. I'm feeling a blue and green. A blue and green, but like a dark blue, but a bright green. I'm feeling spacey vibes, but like children's bedroom space. Oh, blue, green, and white, maybe? Let me get 2 instances of the pattern on there, and y'all tell me if it's a vibe or not. I kind of know what they mean by cadence. British people talk in a different manner than Americans. That's the first time I'd ever been told anything like that before, so I thought it was really silly, and also very, like, I was very surprised by it. But, like, now that they've pointed it out, like, I understand it's just me picking up things from, like, people that I spend a lot of time watching on the internet. My friend / former roommate, who's Southern, said that my mom has a Southern drawl, even though she's lived in Ohio her entire life. That is so interesting! How did your mom pick that up? Is there someone in her life, or like some sort of like TV show that she watches a lot, or just something that she consumes a lot where she would have picked that up from? It's a good way to explain it. I've noticed that from like YouTubers that have lived in lots of different places about the accent mesh. There's a fun map that goes over different pronunciations of words in the US. I've seen stuff like that, and I would love to do one of those on stream because I think it's really fun. I need to double check how specific it is in guessing where you're from so I don't dox myself, but if it's just as specific as state or like general region, then that's fine because I kind of dox myself on the internet all the time. But anyway, here's our color vibes. The blue, green, yellow, not yellow, the blue, green, and white. I kind of like it. We're gonna keep going with it. Purple with the blue and green for space, maybe? I feel like the purple I have is just a little bit too dark for what the vibe I wanted. I would need a lighter purple, I think. Or just like, I don't know, the specific shade of purple I have, I did not want to vibe with it like that. The joke headline of the pronunciation map was tiny shellfish are tearing this country apart because crayfish and crawfish versus crawdad are the hardest divide. So, before I say this, I don't eat fish a lot. A lot of times when I do eat fish, it's prepared at home, so I'm not like reading it. And when I do go out to eat, I'm like eating sushi, so it's like different. I don't see it spelled out a lot. I didn't realize crayfish and crawfish were the same, I guess. I don't know. I think whenever I like see the words, I think they're different things. But when I hear them, I don't know. I don't really know how people say it where I'm from. I'm like completely blanking on it. But now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, I think I might have thought those are 2 different fish. I don't know. I've been told that I do not have a Southern accent even though I've lived in the South. So people that live in the South tell me I don't really have an accent. So I'm not originally from Georgia. I'm from like around the Memphis area. And when I was like 16, we moved to like South Georgia. And there was a kid in one of my classes that asked me like where I was from because they thought I was from a different country. I was like, I don't think this makes any sense because I definitely sound American. So like, I don't know what that was about. But I've always been told I don't really have a strong accent, but some of my internet friends that are not from the South have said I sound Southern. So I guess it's like, it's just very subtle in like how I say things and like the things that I say. This isn't a shellfish you eat. Oh. Damn. Well, I'm not a marine biologist, apparently. Dumb as hell when it comes to fish. I've been told that I've just read that. Anyway. Nope, no idea. I'm thinking he might be picking up a bit of the specific accent that my country has. I don't know how to describe it, and not everybody has it, but the people who do have it tend to have it very strong, and some of it could be read kind of southern, I guess. Wouldn't necessarily pin her as having that accent all that much, though. That's fair. That's fair. I know sometimes, like, Midwest sounds slightly southern to me, but I don't know if that's, like, a common thought. Crayfish versus crawfish versus crawdad are all the same tiny shrimp. That's wild. I feel so dumb for not realizing those were like the same thing. But now I'm like, did I really think they were separate things? Now I can't even think of like any instance where I've even heard or seen those words. Anyway, mine's completely empty, truly. Apparently some people call them land lobsters too, which I've only learned literally yesterday. That's wild. I've not heard that one. Or if I did, I didn't realize they were talking about the same thing, I guess. Tasty crab happy is wild. I don't eat much seafood, so I'm spared. Love that. There's like, I was a really picky eater as a kid. I guess I still am, but I'm more willing to try things now than I was when I was younger. But like, I did not fuck with fish as a kid other than salmon. Salmon was actually pretty good. Pretty inoffensive. Apparently, how you say pecan is very different based on region. I will say, when I was a kid, I used to say pecan, and that's what people say. Where I am from, that is what people say. But my dad bullied me out of saying it when I was a kid, because every time I would say it, he's like, you do what in a can? So then I started saying pecan, but I don't think that's what people say where I'm from. I don't really know. I just know I said it one way as a kid and then got bullied out of saying it that way. Now my dad will never catch me lacking again. Okay, we're almost done with this one. Love buttered crab and lobster and beer battered fish. I love that for you. I don't think I've had... A lot of the fish I've eaten have been in like sushi form because me special interest in anime and like learning about Japanese culture turned into me being more willing to like try foods I wouldn't normally eat. Because that was the vibe. Okay, this was the last bead for the bracelet. It's kind of reminding me of the little like fuck ass aliens in Toy Story. That's the vibe I get. That's the color vibe. I will say fizzy drinks are pop, not soda, and I will die on this hill. Pop feels like it's the onomatopoeia. It's the vibe that they have for sure. But I don't know. I feel like not all sodas give pop vibe, but they're all sodas. What I think is wild is when people will call all sodas Coke, because it's like that's a very specific, distinct thing, and not all of them are Coke. I think most people where I'm from just call it soda. Or if they're older people, they call it soda pop. My grandma calls it soda pop. Actually, people do call it pop, but it's mostly older people where I'm from that call it pop. Another one. I don't realize how long it takes me to make these. But I know before AWA back in December, there was a day, because this was before I actually had a job. This was before I had a job. And I had slowed down on making videos at this point. And there was a day I deadass spent like 6 hours making bracelets. I mean, to be fair, we have spent 4 hours making bracelets today, but most of that was also yapping. So it's not like I spent 4 hours straight making bracelets. Okay. Is red and purple a vibe? Let me go here so y'all can see. Is this a vibe or is this ugly? And what third color should we put with it? Is that a vibe? Or alternatively, we could go yellow. Actually, I like the blue more. It's a Valentine's Day vibe? Oh shit, you're right. You're right. Well, if we're going Valentine's Day, then maybe not teal? Maybe white? Red, purple, and black for emo vibes. No, that's so fair. Pink, maybe? We could go pink. I think a lighter pink would complement that better. We can make an emo bracelet next, though. Okay. I just really liked when you guys pointed out that it was, Valentine's Day. It was giving Valentine's Day. Why did y'all watched me close this and put something on top of it when this is where all of my red is? That's embarrassing. Anyway. If you ever go to Chicago, I highly recommend Shaw's Crab House. I'll keep that in mind if I ever find my way in Chicago. You love the pink and purple? Pink and purple is definitely an emerald vibe for sure. This is our red, pink, and purple. It's a vibe. I kind of like it. I am loving it. High-key biased because I have an OC whose main color palette is red, purple, and black and white. Oh, I love that. I love that. I didn't really make a lot of OCs as a kid, but I did have this one OC. But visually, he was giving CL Phantom Hive because I wanted to make an OC I could cosplay, and the only wig I had at the time was my CL Phantom Hive wig. So it's just like this fuck-ass man with issues, and then he has like the dark blue hair. I want to do something with him, but I want to change what he looks like because I'm not vibing with it anymore. Okay, we've got 4 in our pattern. Now it's 5. Oh, I wanted to make a cuff. I wanted to flex on you guys. After we do this, we'll do something more impressive. We'll flex. Maybe not a cuff. I don't know. We'll make something that's not just a single. Maybe we could do pink, not pink, red, purple, and black kind of cuff for Deer's OC. 4, 5, 6, 7. I keep counting this after everyone because I keep forgetting. Okay, this is 8. She got a dunk on us. Not the dunking. Okay. That's not what I wanted. I need the purple first. I was gonna mess up my pattern. Not messing up my pattern. Thanks for the recommendation, even if I'm unlikely to ever get to try it. I appreciate it. No, I love that people, like, humans are so fun with how they're always like, hey, if you ever come to this place that I'm from that you don't currently have plans of visiting and you probably never will visit, here's this thing you should try if you're ever here. And I think that's so fun. That's like me when I tell my friends, like, hey, you live in a completely different part of the globe, but if you ever find your way in Atlanta, come to these anime conventions with me. It's like the likelihood of that happening is so low, but we love to see it. Okay. This is our Valentine's Day vibe. Love that. All right. I'm gonna use black string. I have some black string. I don't know if I have enough white string for what I want to do. I don't even know what I'm doing. Okay. We're making this for Deer's OC. So it was, what did you say it was? It was red, purple, and black. And white. Red, purple, black, and white. Okay. What is the pattern I want to do? Oh, I know what I want to do. Okay. I know what I want to do. Guys, this is gonna be fire. This is gonna be so fire. Just hear me out. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, I'm counting out loud. 7, 8, 9. I have to get all the way to 30. Alright, 10, 11, 12, 13. We're gonna do the stitch that's very like jaggedy. I don't do this very often because I don't like how they sit on my wrist, but I think this is the vibe. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. What do you mean I just doxed myself, Zenith? What did I say? No, Zenith, I don't live in Atlanta. That's just where all the conventions I go to are. I say that all the time. I didn't dox myself. We're good. That's just the capital of the state I live in, where all the events are. I think everyone knows that I like the general area I live in based on the conventions I go to, so that was unavoidable. I'm honored. I'll post some art of her in the Discord. I'd love to see her. Yeah, no, we're good. We're good. That's the big city that is like a couple hours from where I live, and that's also public information because of anime convention vlogs. I'm very safe on the internet. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay. This is gonna be fun. It's gonna have like a checkerboard vibe, and you guys are gonna see the vibe I'm cooking. 'Cause I'm truly cooking a vibe. Can't lie, I still love my OCs. I know so long has passed, but I don't know if I could ever let them go. I love them so much. No, I feel that. I also really love my OCs, which is why I want to like do something with my OC Damien that's just like CL Phantom Hive, but an adult with issues. That's not his personality. That's just like visually what he was giving. I'd love to do something with him. I guess technically I do have a lot of OCs from like writing, but I never like think of them as OCs because I don't draw them, but I also don't draw. So like, what do I expect? Okay. Oh, I gotta go through this one. This is not a tutorial, just by the way. You can probably barely make out what I'm doing half the time. But this is like, I think the classic Kandi cuff type of thing. Ah, my thread keeps getting caught on my keyboard thing. So like the way this thread works is, it kind of like forces an offset. So let me go to the screen. It forces an offset. So once you get it all done, like the beads will be kind of sitting up and it's not a straight line across. So that's why I don't do this one very much, because that just like bothers me. That bothers me a little bit. But it is definitely like the moment if we're going for an emo vibe. Especially because it serves in a checkerboard format. Everyone in here, if you're near DC, you should go to SPX in September. It's a very good indie comic show. Yeah, that's cool. That would be very cool. I hyperfixated on my own OC super hard like 2 years ago or so, so just constantly rotated them in my mind for a while. No, I feel that. I have a D&D character I've got that way with. I even cosplayed him. Wore him to the Rin Fair my first year going. Made my first Baldur's Gate character based off of him. This was not the Baldur's Gate character that I streamed, by the way. This was my... Because I was not going to stream Baldur's Gate, because back then my vibe was purely just like Minecraft, Animal Crossing, Stardew Valley, that sort of thing. Like cozy games only. I did Life is Strange and Night in the Woods, but those were like... I had a very curated, like, Tumblr girly vibe, I fear. And then Baldur's Gate 3 came out. And I was like, I've never streamed a game like this before. I don't even know if I'm gonna like this, but Roy is getting this for me, and we're gonna, like, play it together, and it's gonna be a good time. Because, like, I love playing games with the homies. And then I started playing it more on my own, and got really obsessed with it. And I didn't want to stop playing it ever, but I also didn't want to quit streaming. So we started streaming it, because I couldn't stop playing it. But I also... because of all the things I had heard about it before I had played it, I wasn't, like, sure if I was going to be comfortable streaming it. But, once I had played it myself and, like, seen how graphic the, like, sex stuff was in the game, like, I was like, oh, no, I know what to expect now. This is chill. I find it makes me the most uncomfortable when I don't know what to expect. But, like, I have an audience of people watching me, so it's like, I feel like I have to react some sort of way. And then it's like, I don't know what to do. This is vaguely uncomfortable because, like, we're just watching these people get freaky. And that's kind of weird. But, after I, like, knew what to expect, then it made it a lot easier to stream it. So that was nice. It's like a fun little thing, because, like, with dating sims, the dating sims we've been playing, like, on the one hand, I'm like, I kind of want to know what to expect before we get into it, but at the same time, I also want to get my, like, initial first reaction to a lot of stuff, because I think that's also, like, very fun. That's a very fun thing to do. Especially when stuff is, like, really silly or wild. Because it gets that, like, genuine reaction to something crazy happening. I will be going also to watch a basketball game. Oh, sick! I hope you have a good time. I hope you have a great time. My brother got super into basketball a few years ago. I think he's still really into it. I know, last year or 2 years ago, he and his best friend went to go see a game together. Like, they traveled for it and everything. They didn't travel super far. Like, they stayed within the same state, but they did have to, like, travel, and it was, like, a big overnight trip for them, which was fun. They seemed to really enjoy it. Okay. This is gonna start making its shape once we get the next row in, which is soon. My string keeps getting stuck on the keys of my keyboard. Okay, we're good. I can stop crashing out about it. Okay. That's the one thing about working with long string, is it's really annoying. This is what we got so far. It's gonna start taking shape soon. I haven't made a cuff like this in a while. I miss it. It's a fun little, like, when you make it like this, it's a very brain off process. The ones that I've been making, sorry, I knocked my thing over. The ones that I've been making, like, you don't tie off the string until you're basically done, so it's a lot easier to, like, drop it and fuck everything up. So it's less brain off than this is. But also the ones that I like to make are a little bit stretchier as well, because I don't like when they're, like, too tight on my wrist, because it kind of freaks me out. So I know some of my friends prefer Kandi to be a little bit tighter on their wrist. but I like them to be loose. I think I just don't like the feeling of it being on my wrist. We hate having a hobby where you love to make things that you don't actually like to wear all that much. It just depends on the day. Like, sometimes wearing candy is really fun, but then other times it's like I feel everything on my skin, the pressure on my veins with the bracelets on my wrist, and I'm going to crash out. I think that might just be overstimulation, actually. Okay, you guys can kind of see the vibe now, and then we'll do like purple or red and purple over this. And then that might be it. I don't want to make it too terribly big. Because I also don't have a lot of black beads anymore. And I need to go get more beads. I think I'm going to do that later this week. Because I know I'm going to need black beads for Satosugu. Having OCs is so crazy because though they never come up much, the amount of information I have on them over the most random things and the knowledge on them is just there, but you can't always just drop it because yes, my character's entire opinion on animal print is something you can definitely drop with no context. No, that's so funny. But also, like, having that kind of stuff figured out, even if it's not actually relevant to their story, helps you kind of like have them be a well-rounded person. That was something we talked about in my film script writing class, was when you're coming up with characters, it's a good idea to like have this whole like thing set up where you know like all about their personality and their history and like all of these little like biography things that will never actually come up in your script, but just having this helps you like figure out what they're like and the vibe that they have, and it just makes them feel more like a person and less like a tool in the narrative. And I think that's really interesting. It's like, yes, characters are just tools in the narrative, but they're also supposed to be like human beings, kind of. Maybe I have a very detached from reality approach to interacting with media and fiction, but I think characters work better if there is that level of being able to see them as a real human being. Looks sick? I'm glad you think so. I'm glad you think so. It's definitely giving 2011, I want to go to Warped Tour. I have spiky hair with choppy layers, and what else? I guess if we're being period accurate, you probably listen to Blood on the Dance Floor, but we don't talk about them. Rest in peace to all of us who were fans of that fuck-ass band. Did you make any arcane bracelets other than the hex strap? I have not yet. I was mostly gonna do ones based off of our panels and then some like general weeby ones for fun and less character specific to what I'm cosplaying. Because that just seemed like it would be better. Because I've noticed the character specific ones, unless I was going to like a meetup or something, were a little bit harder to like find a good time to give them away to. Not Blood on the Dance Floor? Emerald, did you go there? Did you have one of those I don't think I've ever talked to you about this before. I've talked to Haley about it before, and I don't think she went there. Did you go there? My condolences if you did. Rest in peace. I used to be obsessed with that band, which is kind of ironic, being that I low-key am kind of sex repulsed. But that's like a personal problem and not like a philosophical view. That band is fucking disgusting. The child molesters? Yeah. Well, it was just the one guy, but he was the leader and the main guy. That's pretty bad. I know one of the members that was like the member was the other band member when I was into them, was also like kind of a minor when he was added to the band, I'm pretty sure. And went through some shit with it. It was crazy. Thank you for the stretch, Overlord. I definitely needed that. You never cared for them, but your older brother knew a lot of members. Knew them? Oh, yeah. Because I'm pretty sure they're from Florida. I'm pretty sure they're from Florida. So it's not, like, super local, but it's local enough. That's... Ew, I'm sorry your brother had to know them. I'm really sorry. I was really, really into them in like 9th and 10th grade. And also kind of 11th grade, but 11th grade was also when I kind of hit my weeb phase, and then by the time 12th grade rolled around, I only listened to anime openings. What an era. But yeah, I was really, really into them when I was in like 9th and 10th grade, and there was a girl that I went to school with, and we were in gym class together, and we would listen to them all the time, and we wrote band fan fiction. And she even like tweeted about shipping the 2 main members at the time, and they like replied to her tweets, which is crazy because we were 14, but like in hindsight makes sense they'd be talking to 14-year-olds on the internet. My friend is fine. I think it was literally just like community interaction. It wasn't anything beyond like liking a tweet and replying to it. I'm not gonna claim that for something that didn't happen to us. It was years ago, like 15 plus. Yeah, no, it would have to be. It would have to be. Not band fanfic. Yeah, I'm old enough that, like, I was doing fandom things when real person shipping was not frowned upon for some reason. Why did we do that? Girl, I don't know. I think part of it stems from a lot of people have this like tendency to not actually see celebrities as human beings, but more like fictional characters, because for most of us, they're just like some silly guy on the screen and not a real person that we'll ever have actual interactions with. So I guess it kind of I can't think of the word I'm trying to say. It like basically makes them seem less like a real person and more like an idea or a character, basically. It's probably why real person fiction, real person shipping and all that, fanfic and all that, was a thing. It's like you see it with how people interact with others on the internet. Like, there's no way people are interacting with like creators and other people on the internet the way that they do, and then also seeing that person as a real human being. There's just no way. I legit thought you were gonna say they told her to commit scooter ankle or some toxic shit like that because they liked speaking to children. No, they didn't. As far as I'm aware, they didn't say anything crazy to my friend, and it was only like a one-time like notice on Twitter. We didn't go to like Warped Tour or anything. So oh my gosh, okay, so I read a lot of band fanfic at this time period, and there was one in particular that like changed my brain chemistry, and it was like Blood on the Dance Floor, Black Veil Brides, and also Smosh for some reason, and it took place at Warped Tour, and I read that, and I was like, I want to go to Warped Tour so fucking bad. Warped Tour seems so cool, and my mom was like, I didn't go to my first concert till I was in my 20s, so I'm gonna say you're too young to go to concerts. And at the time, I was like, that's so fucking unfair. I'm literally not you. Like, I crashed out. I had a meltdown. I had a meltdown about it. But I was also literally a teenager, so, like, what do you want from me? But, in hindsight, it was definitely a money issue. Also, I think I would have had a miserable time at Warped Tour, because I live in the fucking South. That shit would have been hot. That shit would have been so miserably hot. But also in hindsight, my mom did not know that the bands I was listening to and would have gone to see at Warped Tour, I don't think she knew Warped Tour was like groomer central. Because that's not her scene. It's never been her scene, like that kind of music and creepy weirdos. As far as I'm aware, it's never been her scene. So, like, she didn't know this, but, like, we high-key dodged a bullet by not letting me go to Warped Tour. You know, in hindsight, I'm very glad she did not let me go. I probably would have had a terrible time. And if I didn't have a terrible time, I might have had an unsafe time. When I was a teenager, I knew they were real people, but I was so out of touch with the bands I loved that they weren't real anymore. I guess that's fair. I don't really remember what my thought process was at the time. Like, I think on some level, I knew celebrities were real people, even as, like, a young child. Because, like, obviously, that's a human being. I remember one time, I was watching, like, a documentary with my mom about Marilyn Monroe's life, and it made me so depressed and like sad for her. I was like 6 years old, and also like one thing about me is my family is religious, so I was like, she had the worst time, and she had all of these things happen to her, and it was so sad. And like, depending on what you believe about religion, she may or may not even get into heaven. Like, it's not her fault. She just had a bad hit. Like, I was so sad about it, and my mom was like, she's fine, she'll be okay, she's okay. Like, what do you mean? She'll get into heaven, she's fine. Like, I was so sad. I don't know what it was. I don't know why I was so sad about it. Groomer Central is insane, but is like, that's kind of what Warped Tour got known for, honestly. Mom only let me go to one concert a year. I mean, I guess you guys had to drive pretty far for concerts, right? Don't dox yourself, Emerald. But y'all had to drive pretty far, right? Like, that's kind of understandable if you had to go far. I know for me, by the time I was asking to go to Warped Tour, it would have been a trip. This is our cuff so far. I think that's as big as I'm gonna make it. That was fun. Yeah, like, it's, you guys kind of see, I'll pull it up here. You guys see what I say, it's like, it's uneven, it's giving checkerboard. I kind of like this, though. I don't know if I'm gonna keep it. I might give it away. Oh, I'm missing. No, I'm not missing a bead. Okay, we're good. It's done. I think I might give it away. I might keep it. I don't know. I do really like it, though. It turned out pretty good. Looks rad. Thank you. This is your OC. This is them. I just held them on such a high pedestal they could do no wrong. I know you had a terrible time when Brendan Urie was no longer the people's chosen one. Actually, you weren't a Brendan Urie girly. You were more of a Ryan Ross girly, right? Am I making that up? Am I lying to the internet? And you? About yourself? We did, and I couldn't go until I was 16. Yeah, no, that's fair. Like, on one hand, especially the kind of music we were into, it would have been a bit overwhelming. Like, I'll give my mom that. It would have been a very overwhelming environment. Brennan, thank you for the hydrate. I apologize for such a sad hydrate. It was the last of my water, but I'm also about to wrap up stream. So, it is what it is. Okay, how am I gonna tie this off? I haven't made candy like this in a while. Okay, girl. String. Don't play with me. Okay. We'll come back here so you guys can watch me struggle to tie. Even though I've also never been to a concert. It was kind of funny because I was hanging out with one of my real life friends, last weekend. And we were talking to one of her friends, and they were like, what's your favorite concert experience? And I just kind of sat there. I was like, how do I tell this person I live a very boring life? The closest thing I've ever been to a concert was an anime convention rave where Teddy Lloyd played Me, Me, Me. That was a great time. That was a really great time. But it's not what she's asking about. How did your bracelets turn out? They turned out really good, Brennan. We just made this cuff based off of Deer's OC. I'm gonna do another little knot, but I think it's good. I think it's done. Mel's never been to a rave. I've been to anime convention raves, but like, I think a real genuine rave would probably be very overwhelming for me. The thing about the anime convention raves is it's not what I'm there for. It's kind of included in the ticket, so it's easier to just kind of like show up for a little bit and then leave when I get overstimulated. Like, I don't feel like I have to be there for the whole thing. But if I went somewhere specifically for a rave, like if I went to an honest-to-God rave, I think I would feel like I have to like stay for a while because that's what I'm there for specifically. Look what we got! This actually turned out really cute. This turned out really good. I might make some more cuffs to give away. I don't know. I don't know about giving away cuffs. Most people... Overlord says we are popping off. Also, not me getting an extreme weather alert. This is, honestly, the bracelet is giving Fugo a little bit. It is giving Fugo. I like it. Most people tend to make singles, just little singles for hands out. But like, this was fun. I don't know. I'll fill up my bag. And we'll see. That takes up a lot of room in the bag. We'll see. I might take that out of the bag and just have it be my cuff. I've never been to a concert either. My brother's a big metalhead, and he's gone to shows like Rock on the Range and such, but I don't know if I'd be able to handle a big show like that. No, that's fair. Roy is really, really into like the music scene and goes to concerts. Well, not so much anymore, but back when they were slightly cheaper, he would go quite frequently. I think at this point, unless you're seeing like local indie type stuff, tickets are just so insane. If you're going to see like something a little bit more like mainstream or like just popular, tickets are crazy. It's become unattainable. I would rather spend that much money on an anime convention, and that's the kind of person I am. And that's okay. Some anime conventions though do have concerts built in. Like I know Anime Weekend Atlanta does a lot of music guests. I just realized you guys can now see all the cat fur on my shirt. We love being covered in cat fur. Also only at the rave for like 30 minutes and we leave. Yeah, yes. Emerald and I and like our group, we go to the rave, we stand there for like 30 minutes, we listen to the music, we vibe, and then we leave because we get tired. But also like, I don't know. I have not personally seen it, but I've also never looked for it, and I've never stuck around long enough to like really confirm. But every single year, after an anime convention, I haven't seen them recently, but there for a while, every single year after an anime convention, there's always at least one post in the Facebook group or the Discord that's like, damn, y'all see those people having sex at the rave? And every year I'm like, that's crazy. What do you mean? That's so gross. And like, you're in public, my guy, and I get that's like a thing for people. I get that. That's still gross. That's like so many people in that room that did not consent to seeing that. It is Dingy Confetti. As soon as I end stream, I'm gonna go find him. I'm gonna go pick him up and walk around with him. It always happens. Emerald, have you not seen them? I know there for a while, like every year after every convention, the Facebook groups are like, damn, y'all see those people getting freaky? They might be people more up front, honestly, not close to the door where the security is. I really don't know. I don't really care to find out. I hope I never see him. Your first boy kiss was in a concert? It was nice. I'm happy for you, Overlord. I really am. That sounds good. You know, and you hate it. Yeah, it's like, on the one hand, I do find it really funny that after every convention, there's at least one post that says that. I think it's funny. I really do. Oh, Emerald. All of stream can know this. So when I started noticing that was a pattern, I was dating the last person I was dating, you know, he was like low-key crashing out about it. He's like, that's so fucking disgusting. People are like, he was really like over the top mad about it, really weird about it. And I think that's why he was mad that you and Haley started going to raves at anime conventions. Like that was part of why he was mad at you guys for going. That one year you guys went to go see if your UV glitter would glow. That's part of why he was like mad at you guys. Anyway, all of stream gets to know this beef. I had fun doing that. I honestly did anticipate getting bored making bracelets and swapping to a game partway through, but we really locked in, and I thought that was fun. You guys let me know if you want to do more like yappy crafting type, I guess I don't know if this counts as crafting, but like yappy making things streams, because I'm down. I'm so down. Especially once I get my ass out of the house and go buy some yarn, we can do some crochet streams. Also, welcome in Lifeless. Thank you for the follow. My guy has to find any reason to hate women. Oh, I imagine next time I see you in a couple of weeks, we can rant about it. Probably shouldn't do too much ranting about it on stream because I don't think anyone wants to hear all that. You want more yappy making things streams? Yes, of course. Honestly, I thought about asking friends to sit in VC with me in case I didn't have a lot to say. That is like the one fear about more like laid back yappy streams. You don't mind? You want to hear it? Listen, the long and short of it is I wasted like 3 years of my life dating someone a little bit too old for me and was very weird about a lot of things. And in hindsight, it was definitely crazy misogyny and like other issues. But he made it everyone's problem when he didn't like something. How old are we talking? So I was like 19, 20 when we met, and he was like 27, 28. Like there was a 7-year age gap. Nothing illegal, but not super ethical either, especially if you knew me at that age. Like, what the fuck is a 27-year-old doing being interested in me when I was like 19, 20? Very well-timed oof. It's also very validating to, especially like people who are older and not as entrenched in like weird age gap discourse on the internet. It is very validating to hear you guys also say that was weird. My parents thought it was weird, so they're like, y'all should be in 2 completely different stages of life. Like, what would he possibly have in common with you? And I was like, yeah, no, that's fair. Anyway. That is it from me. It was sneaking and literally stood up and fucked up my stealthy sneak out of outrage. What the fuck? Damn, that's crazy. Sorry, Zenith. Anyway, let me see who we're gonna raid. I definitely could vibe with some more yappy, chilling streams. I think crochet streams might be in our future. Maybe later this summer. It could be a Thursday vibe, truly. How long have Alahobia been live? They were in here earlier. 2 hours? We'll raid them. Y'all down for y'all down for some Fortnite with Alahobia? He was pushing 30 and dating a 19-year-old. That's crazy to me. Truly. I have so many things I could say, but some of that also requires doxing information I do not want to dox publicly. Let's just say it's a good time when all of my friends start shit-talking this man. The tea goes crazy. I feel like every time I get to talking, like we get to talking about it, we learn new information. That just, the situation just keeps getting more and more fucked up. Anyway. Y'all didn't come here for all that. Fortnite, yes! Alahobia is playing Fortnite. I know so Toby and Alejo are both playing. I know sometimes they also play with other friends, so I'm sure they're doing that as well. But we love Alahobia, truly. Favorite duo streamer of the century. I did spell that right. Have a good night, Mel. Yeah, you too, Emerald. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I will probably be contacting you tomorrow while I work on JJK panel slides. So I need to lock in and do those tomorrow. If I don't do it tomorrow, I'll definitely do it Monday, because I also still need to finish my Hermes helmet before this weekend. Anyway, Fortnite, alright, I'll show up and say hi. I thought they were playing Helldivers because they've usually been playing, so when I saw Fortnite, I was like, Zenith is not gonna like this. But guys, thanks so much for coming and hanging out with me. We could kill Spotify, I don't need this anymore. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out with me. I will see you all on Tuesday when we Dragon Age, and that should be a great time. But as I said, I'm sending you guys out to Alahobia. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. Share the love with them. Say hello. Have a good rest of your weekend, and I will see you all next time. Good night!